Hi, Nabil. Hello, hello. Whoop.
Hello, bitches.
Hi, Reddit. Good morning. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? Looks like everything's working fine. This music's very musicy. Whoop. I made it too low now. Let me know if the music's okay, guys. I don't know. Is it too loud? Too soft? Konnichiwa, Nabil. Nabibo-san. No, that sounds weird, man. Oh, what the this captioner, I'm not doing captions today, to be honest. They're gonna be all kinds of fucked up if I try, so I feel like it's not worth it. I feel like that would be a bad idea if I did. Alright, well, let's go, I guess. So I was gonna start. I think I might start. I'll just go through hiragana. I'll do a maybe. Oh, I don't know how long it'll take. Speed review only does 100. There's 125 to review. So I don't know. I might just do classic review for hiragana. I will do maybe some katakana. I'm so bad at katakana, man. Yeah, I got my glasses on because I'm focusing today. I don't actually need to wear glasses myself, but you know, why not? Everyone is bad at katakana. Everyone I talk to, every time I talk to people, they're like, yeah, I suck at katakana. I'm just like, why? Do we all suck at katakana? Why is it so hard? What is the issue? Okay.
You.
New. I just realized you are a VTuber, but also a VTuber. Get it? No, I don't get it, Hooded. Could you explain? Can you explain what you mean? I don't understand. What are you saying? Potato are tubers? Yeah? Potatoes are tubers, yeah? Like the root vegetable? Are you Hooded? Are you mansplaining my name to me? No, it's just funny. It's just funny because I literally had this discussion with people the other day. So I just thought it was funny that you brought that up. And I need to send this to someone so they can laugh with me because I keep explaining this joke to people and no one gets it, man. I mean, they get it, but it's lame. It's my favorite joke to make. Virtual tuber, virtual potato, but also VTuber. I love it. Were you here for that discussion? Is that why you said it now? Or did you actually just big brain yourself? Also, Hooded, how are you? Okay, what was I doing? We didn't get very far before I got distracted, so good job me. Yeah?
Yeah.
You weren't here? Oh, that's very interesting. Pa. Pa. Uh-oh. It's one of the fives, man.
Chi.
Okay, we're good.
Chu.
Okay.
Ge.
Bu.
Bu.
Be.
Be.
Po.
Po.
Nice. Okay, I'll try and be a bit quicker with that. We'll just keep going. Classic review. I need to drink my smoothie as well. Te.
Te. Ne.
Ne. The streams have been helping distract me from my long-term relationship ending. Ah, Hooded, I'm sorry. It ended on good terms. Yeah, it can still suck though.
Yeah.
It can still suck. And it's okay if it sucks. It's a chapter closing.
Yo.
This one, easy. Poo. Instant recognition on that one. Cha.
Cha.
Like ocha, tea. This morning I'm drinking coffee. It's cold now though, so.
Ha. Te.
Pa.
The runner. Oh man, I forgot it was the runner. I just think poo. No video sound, so I imagine the stream is going just smashingly. Wait, what? I'm not too sure what imagine means, but... Oh! I'm typing in chat, not in the thing. Good job.
Sure.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that's the runner. I just remember it as poo, like, because it looks like a poo to me. A stinky poo. But every time you post, I actually need to make the text bigger. Because the characters always look a little bit smashed, like smooshed together. It's a bit hard to read. I don't know how people read teeny tiny. How do I make this bigger? Ah, font size. Can I make it... Oh, will 20 be too big? What? 20 is huge! I think it's fine though. At least I can read it a bit better now. Alright.
Moo.
Moo, because it makes me think of a cow. This one's boo.
Z.
Z.
I.
I. Ko.
Ko.
Ka.
Ka.
Yo.
Yo.
He.
He.
Ba. Yeah.
Ya.
Okay, wait, let me just check my coffee quick. Because my smoothie's, my smoothie is quickly becoming solid. I don't think it's supposed to be, though. I had a missed call. What? I'm not too sure. Alright. And again.
ぽぜがふ
I forgot what the base one was.
ぞ
No?
おす ろ で と
I'm trying to I'm trying to drink this smoothie. Ah shit, what did I do? Crap. Okay, this is fine. I'm trying to drink my smoothie because like I said it's slowly turning solid. So I'm trying to type this one-handed. It's going about as well as you can tell. So it's fine.
せ
Ritu-sama! Hello, hello. Potato power. I got that potato power.
ひょ
Hyo.
めうる
Kya.
きゃ
Pe.
ぺ
Ra.
ら
Hi, Alvin. Good morning. Any reason you're learning Japanese? Just out of interest? I mean, I studied in university, which admittedly was a very long time ago. But I keep studying on and off. Yeah, and it's annoying because, like, I mean, this stuff, right? It's easy. And only because of Hooded in chat,
け
I actually started pushing myself to learn like vocabulary and actually like study harder stuff. Because I kept studying the same stuff over and over again because I just didn't think I could study more. But yeah, I think it's definitely interest. It's definitely interest. But also could be useful in the future. I really want to travel to Japan sometime. So I hope I can.
き
But I also just like languages, so
れ
yeah. Hutao emote flying. Yeah, I saw that. That was very cute. The little lurkies.
り さ も
Sa, Chi, and Ra can all
No.
kiss my ass. I love the mo.
つ
It's very easy to remember because Momo.
お
Momo is peach. So whenever I see like peach flavored things, I can recognize the Momo on it. Not that I need to because it's got a peach on it, but you know. Hi, Mental QB. How are you? It's kanji is Hutao's name. Really? Oh my god. Wait, really? That's kind of cute, man. That's unusually cute for Hutao. This looks nice. I hope it is. Oh, it's in... Wow! Misaki! Hey! 14 months? Bow.
Masaki51 love.
Hi, cutie! How are you doing? Thank you so much for the subby. 14 months? Damn! Girly, I appreciate it. Thank you. Happy New Year! How are you doing? You got your priorities? Shit. I'm doing good, mental QB. The old way to say pink in Japanese is momoiro, because pink, peach color. Momoiro. Still accepted, but nowadays it's just pink. Oh, I actually saw something. Recently I watched a video with like traditional Japanese and modern Japanese, and a lot of the Japanese words, like actual Japanese words, are getting lost. Because they're just being replaced with, you know, like English sounding words. Need a new bed, getting old sucks. Oh yeah. I think two of the simplest but best investments you can make for yourself is a good bed and a good pillow. Because if you don't get good sleep, ooh, that's some bad shit, yo. That's some stanky, nasty shit. There's nothing worse than bad sleep, because it fucks up everything else. Everything else. You have no energy, you're in pain, maybe you suffer from headaches, all kinds of stuff. So a good bed and a good pillow can make a world of difference, for sure. You remember from old Bleach songs? Sakura Biori Momoiro no Sora. A pink sky? It hit you at a trance party on Saturday night if you felt like an old lady. Oh, Misaki. Is this The Office? Bro. It is! This is the Office theme, but in lo-fi edit? Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's very funny. I was like, wait, I recognize this tune, man. This Office mix is wild. It's Game Chops, I think. At least I was on Game Chops a second ago. Happens to most languages nowadays, things getting lost, forgotten, or replaced. Yeah, definitely. Let's switch Roonies. Let me know if the music's too soft or too loud. I want you to be able to hear it. Just for those moments where I'm sitting like in dead silence, focusing hard. Hi Jinxie! Hi cutie, how are you doing? When are you changing your name, Jinxie, from Jinxie TV to Jinxie VT? Nudge nudge wink wink. Hi Captain Cat. Never watched The Office, but you've watched clips of it. It's just right? Alright, perfect. I would say watch it, definitely. But the American one, it's funnier than the British one. And I like British humor. I did not like British Office. Jinxie green tea? No. VT, VTuber. Hi chicken wingers. Hello. Michael Scott is your role model. Questionable role model there. Just saying. I do like green tea. Do you? I mean, put that in your name if you want to, but I was saying more for the VTuber part. You've watched it 29 times. Damn. V potato. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna ban you, Hooded. Easy ban. I'm doing good, chicken wingers. How are you? Sorry, I normally ask first. My bad. Alright. The worst part of jail was the Dementors. Yeah? I feel like that's a different show. Around the 10th? What's today's date? I need to somehow remember that it's my little sister's birthday tomorrow. I, like, never remember. To be fair, I don't remember most people's birthdays. Facebook helps a lot with that. You gonna keep it TV though? Yeah, that's fine. It's brand recognition, right? You don't want to change too much. Your people know who you are. I'll message you tomorrow and be like, sister birthday, remember. Thank you. How are you going to remember though? I've never understood. How do people remember things? Telling people to turn off and on their computers, is that how your day is going? It's not even midday yet and you're already just telling people to turn it off and on again. Do people still use Facebook? I thought only middle-aged moms use it. Wow, hooded. Yes, I use... Listen here. I have a Facebook page where I post all my cosplay shit. So if you don't follow me on Twitter or Instagram, if you're a boomer-ass boomer like me, you can go look at it on Facebook instead. IT support is fun. I don't know if you're being serious there, chicken wingers. Are you saying that just to hide the pain? Are you currently hide the pain, Harold? You write it in your planner? Oh! You see, Jinxie, I've tried to use stuff like that, but I forget that the planner, whiteboard, notepad, I forget that they exist and I never go and look at them again. So I have loads of, you know those sticky notes on your computer? I have loads of those, but I never open them again. So I make my notes, I'm like, okay, must remember this thing. And then I never go back to it. And I'm just like, you bitch. Why did you write this down? Did you think you were going to remember anything? So I need a reminder that I have reminders written down somewhere. You just tell your Google Assistant to remind you. Oh shit, how fancy as fuck. Facebook has the greatest memes. To be fair, I feel like the Facebook memes get filtered through Tumblr, Twitter, Reddit, probably 4chan as well. Everything gets filtered through every other platform and then it makes its way to Facebook, and by then it's a deep fried, screenshotted, taken a picture of the computer screen kind of meme. That's the quality of meme that you get on Facebook. It's been deep fried several times. Your whiteboard is next to your office door and your planner is under your monitor, so it's always in your face. I feel like I would still... my brain would still find a way to forget that those things exist. You remember your bank account number, debit card number, date, and CCV. You remember all of your family's phone numbers, but I remember exactly 2 phone numbers. My own, which is very useful to know, considering I give it to no one, and my father's number, whom I do not want to contact ever. So, very useful. I've been dating my boyfriend now for 5 years. I still don't know his number. I actually need to force myself to learn it. Because I can remember like the first part and the end part, but I can't remember the middle part. Which is dumb. But, you know. With like 6 boxes inside boxes. Exactly. That's the kind of meme you'll find on Facebook. I don't see what's so hard about remembering those. Risu Summer! Not everyone has memory. I don't have memory. Likely a result of trauma and stuff. I walk out of the kitchen in the middle of making a cup of tea because I've already forgotten that I was making a cup of tea. I'll be standing next to the kettle boiling and walk out the kitchen because I've already forgotten that I was doing something. So getting anything done for me is quite challenging. I have PTSD and memories out the door. Exactly. Some people just had a different life. They had different challenges. My challenge is trying to remember things. You remember 50 digits of pi that you memorized 10 years ago? Damn. That's crazy.
Mi.
Well, Hooded, to be fair, I couldn't even
Eh.
fact check you because I only know 3. I know 3.14. And the only reason I know
He-
that is because we used to say, what? The 14th of March was Pi Day. And that was the only thing that was important to me. Nothing else mattered. I know 15 flavors of pie, so I think that's pretty cool. Oh shit! What kind of pie do you like, Jinxie? I'll be honest. When I think of pie, I think of like savory. So like chicken and mushroom, pepper steak. We have a rib pie that's quite nice as well. Cherry pie. Ooh. So what? I have a question. What's the difference between pie and a tart? Like, is a cherry tart the same as a cherry pie? It fits the Indian stereotype. Yeah? Do you guys get that stuff drilled into you? There's no escape.
Go. Ma. So.
I'm still trying to finish this damn smoothie. Very distracted currently.
Bi. Gi.
I was just a nerd. People thought I was weird. I don't think we had to learn pi in school. I think simply learning at 3.14 was enough. Not like that's changed. Oh, you stinky, stinky nerd. Can't believe you. I can't believe you've done this, Hooded. NASA goes up to 7-9. Do they just fuck the rest of the numbers? The rest of the numbers don't mean anything. Or it's just too many digits to consider.
Za.
Sha.
Sha.
Sha, sha, sha.
Ah.
Ah.
Pu. Nyo. Ku.
At a certain point, you're like, eh, fuck it, it's good enough. I feel like some things
Da.
would be like, you know, you kind of want accuracy.
Sa.
It's a meme in the physics community that engineers just take pi as 3. That doesn't seem
She-
safe. If anything,
She-
engineers should be like very pedantic about that kind of stuff. Can't it fuck up like calculations if you do it wrong? I'm not smart enough to do math, so... I really hated math when I was in school.
So.
I loved biology. I loved history.
Kyo.
I enjoyed IT, but the teacher that we had at school was really, really bad. And so I really struggled to study because while I'm not bad at studying by myself, I do need like to be able to ask if I don't understand something. And we had such a terrible teacher. So my first year, it was my first year and my second year were fine. But when I got to my third year of IT in school, we, I'm not even joking, had a psychologist as our teacher who barely knew how to turn on a computer. And I was just like, I struggled, man. I couldn't. She was awful. I don't even know why she was at the school. But yeah. It's done now. It doesn't matter. I enjoyed programming while I did it. I have a shirt that says pi equals E equals 3. But why? would engineers divide an actual pie? The pie would go bad by the time they figure it out. Oh no! That's pretty funny. They'd be too concerned with the maths behind it.
Mute.
Bo.
Bo.
Is that the little kitty? Oh, that's cute. I like the little blushy one you used earlier. This one is Pia.
Yeah.
That one's so easy.
Su. Shi.
Sushi? Not quite, but... Ohayo, Yoda! This one's cute. Like you knew. When Japanese, Yoda. Sushi sounds great for breakfast. I don't like sushi, actually, to be honest. No hate to sushi. If people like sushi, that's fine. But I'm not a fan. I've tried it. It's not like I've never had it, and I'm just saying, oh, I don't like it. So yeah, it's not for me, that's for sure. I don't mind the vegetarian one. But to be honest, I'd rather just eat like a bowl of rice. Ooh, there's people arguing outside. Gyunyu? Nah, I've worked here for ages. Yeah, you will get banned. When I stop laughing. When I'm over that joke, I will ban you.
Ka. Ko. Ta. Ki. To.
Yeah, I would rather just have a big old bowl of rice. To me, that sounds amazing. Oof. The other stuff, I love
Se.
nori as well, the seaweed. I would eat onigiri, basically. But yeah. What about tempura? Yeah, I mean that's not at all like sushi, so I'd eat that. What page is this? The website? Oh, so this is called Memrise. So let me just copy pasta. Here we go. So yeah, this is the page that I use. It's pretty nice. There's a mobile app as well, but I don't use it because I prefer to study at my computer. I don't know if you can do the same kind of stuff on the app or what. I just know that there is also an app. If you are interested in studying through it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No? New. Ne. New. Fuck. Them squiggly ones get me sometimes. The new me and there's another one. Me? Those ones I have to think about.
Ju.
Do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cho?
ちょ
Yeah.
や
Yeah.
じゃ
You?
け
It looks different. It does. However, I don't know if you see it, but they all have that same loopy corner thing. How do I... It goes like... So they all have that. So when I see it, my brain is just trying to differentiate the shapes. And if I see a similar shape, it gets confused. I love fish, but I don't like it unless it's cod. Oh, you don't like it cooked unless it's cod? Other than that, I'll only eat it in sushi or sashimi. Ah. I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't know how many different kinds of fish I've had. I don't know what I had when I had sushi. I can't remember what I had. But in South Africa, hake is really, really common fish. Like, most of the stuff that you buy at the supermarket's gonna be hake. I've had king clip before, which was also really good. And then there was another fish that I tried recently. Well, I say recently, in the last year maybe. It was like a very orange fish. What was it called? I know Ray didn't like it at all. It had a very strong flavor. What was it? I can't remember. There's salmon everywhere here. It stinks. It stinks. Like it smells bad. I don't think I've ever had salmon. It's incredibly expensive here. You remember all the different types of fish and meat? Meat? Who did you meet? Did you meet the fish that you ate? The taste is nasty, the smell is nasty. Really? Oh, shit. It's so expensive here. I looked at it very briefly and then I looked away because I was like, damn, the price? No, thank you. Ain't nobody got money for salmon. Fish be super nasty. I thought we established my English doo-doo. Oh no, I was just teasing you, who did? Yoda, have you ever... Do you eat a lot of fish? Have you ever had salmon? That shit's expensive. Okay, let's focus, let's focus.
Pe,
I'm like sitting in the middle of this thing, haven't finished it.
pi,
く
Pee-pee. There was a whole lot of pee-pee. Not a fan of seafood. Like, at all. I'll be honest, I love seafood. Like, shrimps. And fish. And... calamari. I am not a fan of oysters. Because it's kind of like swallowing a big old blob of phlegm to me. I don't know. I had an oyster when I was a kid because I grew up in Port Elizabeth. And apparently we have like an oyster farm there or some shit. I don't fucking know. But for some reason they took a bunch of... Oh, we must have been like 11 years old, I think. They took a bunch of 11-year-olds to this oyster farm. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think the children ingested more Tabasco and lemon juice than anything else. So yeah. Hi Aston! I'm doing good, how about you? I hope you're having a good morning. Oysters look like boogie. Truly they do, they feel like boogie too. Chicken, mutton, and fish. Ah, what about... You wouldn't eat beef, right? And pork? Pretty sure I have a coding test in like 10 minutes that I have to strategically underperform in. Why do you have to underperform? Scallops with butter? I don't think I've ever had scallops before. Whoops. Whoop. need to sort this out at some point. Today is not that day. Well, maybe later today. You're doing well? Fantastic. You're starting to learn Japanese? You can write a and ku. Nice. I think the writing part is a little bit tricky. All meats are your jam? Do you have like a favorite? No beef because Hindu, that does make sense. That's why I was like, no beef, but pork. Pork because not healthy, but sometimes bacon. Yeah, I think... Yeah, bacon's pretty fatty. I'm trying to think now, like... Pork chops. Bacon. I'm not a fan of pork sausages. I don't know what it is about them. I don't want to get that internship. Oh, you don't? My university will blacklist me from any future ones if they find out I intentionally tanked it. Oh, just make like stupid mistakes. Be like, oh yeah, this person misread. This person misread the question and that's how they answered it wrong. Make it like a believable mistake. Just say you were tired and had to poop so you couldn't concentrate. Is that an excuse you've used before, Jinxie? How do you even say that to someone? Yeah, I really had to take a massive, colossal, gigantic shit, and so I just couldn't focus on the test questions. Seafood? It's perfect to eat while you're on a date? Is it? What makes seafood perfect for a date? I have to be careful with shellfish because my boyfriend's got an allergy, so maybe not for me. Isn't it possible to still deny the internship? Like, are you completely by law forced to take it? I personally wouldn't know, but... What is that emote, Jinxie? Oh my god, that's very interesting. It's bear booty. I guess. You know, until I moused over it. Definitely spicy. Your family is from the class of Hindus that are completely vegetarian? I can't remember. Are you vegetarian as well, Hooded? How sad is it that the next season of Pokemon will no longer have Ash in it? I don't know. I'm kind of fine with that, to be honest. I don't mind. I think it's nice that he's become champion and now he's moving on. And, you know, he's been 10 years old for how long now? He gets to move on with his life, and the next generation of Pokemon fans, you know, they get to grow up with something else. Seafood makes it an occasion. I guess it depends if both of you like it, I guess. Because if the person you're going out with doesn't like seafood, then it's kind of like, ew, why am I here? Kind of thing. At least that's how I see it. I guess it's only an occasion if you both like it. They're still gonna blacklist you? What the heck, man? For now, I'll try everything eventually. Ah, wait, I think we did have a talk about this before we did. The poop excuse will work. No one likes to question people about colossal poops. I mean, I like that excuse. I might just use that for anything, you know. I feel like that could work for a variety of things. If the person I'm going out with doesn't like seafood, then we were never meant to be. Oh, okay, I mean, fair. What if they're like allergic to it? Then also just not meant to be? You're gonna try the poop excuse you. No! When it comes to bodily function, people get uncomfortable. Yeah. Fair, actually.
病流
I don't know if I could keep a straight face though. That's my only issue. Wait, what? It's not Gyo? Ah, damn, I'm sorry I wasn't able to respond to the message you sent last week. I was tired and had to take a massive poop. What the fuck did my model just do? I might use that going forward. Like, I didn't respond to your message for a month. I was just plagued by a giant poop. Which I have now birthed, so I am back. You learned that in psychology in high school? You had psychology class in high school? What the heck? If they're allergic, then that's the only reason. I once took a girl on a date that doesn't like going to the movies. So we only went on one date. I mean, fair. You wanna spend time with someone who enjoys doing the same things as you, right? You had non-stop liquid poo! Oh no! You were so sick you fell on the floor and rolled in your own filth and couldn't get up because it was slippery! Jinxie, no! And then you threw up because you were covered in shit. And then it just made it even more slippery as the two liquids blended together with your body slipping and sliding around. What is this discussion? Now, what is this one supposed to be? Is this not Gyo?
Yo.
Hey? Did I not write Gyo like 3 times? I'm so confused. Please stop. No, I will never stop. Also, Jinxie started this. I was just adding. But I did write Gyo. I wrote Gyo like 3 times. I feel like I'm going insane. Did I not write Gyo? And it just wouldn't work? I was pretty sure I wrote Gyo. Backspace, wrote Gyo again. Then backspaced again. I don't remember this one. You no longer feel like finishing your breakfast. Doing the same things within reason. Not everyone likes to do all the nerdy shit, like go to Comic-Con or museums. Yeah, fair enough. I'm looking forward to moving to Cape Town. Oh! Hmm?
G.
Yeah, it wasn't me. It wasn't Hooded. It was definitely Jinxie. She's on some other things here.
Shoot.
Come in April. I don't get to decide when I move. I'll only be moving the month after, so I won't be able to go to Comic-Con Cape Town. But probably in the future or any other events that are held in Cape Town, I'll be there. What?
Gu.
Comic Con Africa, Cape Town? Is it Comic Con Africa or Comic Con Cape Town?
Ta.
You are definitely on another level. You're on some other shit, Jinxie. For realsies, not for play. You haven't had coffee yet? Does it get worse when you've had coffee? I've had coffee and a smoothie, so I'm full of liquid right now. The test has begun and you have 50 minutes? Shit, man. And you legit have to go poop. Can you take your... Do you have a laptop? Take your laptop with you. Do it while you're pooping. No good luck. Bad luck only. Bad luck. I hope you fail. I hope you fail, Hooded. I hope it goes poorly. Which seems like a mean thing to say, but he's not interested in surviving. You have predicted the future.
Wa.
Truly you have.
B.
Oh man, poop is the way. How do my discussions always end up in poop? Why do we always get here? I hope you fail. With a little heart emoji.
Cute. Po.
Oh man. Okay. We're done with this. So, what? It goes to the bottom, I think? No? Oh, it goes to the top. My bad. Okay, I have nothing to review. It took me just under an hour to, to do that. Okay, we're gonna start with classic review. Maybe we'll do a little bit of studying. I hate katakana. I'm terrible at katakana. I don't know why it doesn't stick in my brain, but it's okay. We're gonna try. No, you see, I've already fucked it up. I'm tired of myself. Thank you for the bubbles, Yoda. These questions seem too easy. Oh my god. It's because they want you. They're like, there is no escape. Fuck. Always get that wrong. Because ke and ku look similar, I think.
Ko.
Ah, that's ah. Whoa, Yoda! An hour into the stream, you're the second person here. Welcome! I know the from America because for whatever reason I learned America. America Jean. Not me, but you know. Jinxie is American, if I'm not mistaken. But you live in Germany.
Ka.
I think. This one, I hate this one. Because it's actually It's a E. It looks like an I. It's a hamboni of notes. I can't stand that one. This shit is confusing as hell. Those emotes are so cute. Okay, this one was K. This one, I'm not sure. No. Which one is it?
O.
Oh! Fuck.
Ki.
I can't stand these ones. I'm so bad! I'm so terrible! That's why I don't have that many to review, because I haven't gotten very far with restudying katakana. This one is...
Ge.
You see.
Gu. Gi.
Oh. There's like 4 of these smiley face ones. That is, Yoda, that is a very interesting combination of emojis. I'm just gonna say that. Emojis? How old am I? Emotes? I'm boomer. Fuck. No!
し
She.
5
そ
Is that the slap of the booty cheeks? Oh man.
せ
She has got very cute emotes. This one is
す
ぜ
Whoa! How could you? How could you, Yaku? I hope you feel bad. Oh man. No? I'm almost sure it's the S, but I don't remember which one.
さ
Sa? Okay, well that one's then
ざ
easy after that. Thank you for the head pat, Yaku. We did this one earlier.
ぞ
And the balloons, thank you. We're celebrating me getting a right answer, right?
ず
We have to celebrate those.
じ
Ah, I can't stand katakana. Why is so hard? Okay, we're done. I'm done. I'm done. I will go back to katakana at some point. I just generally can't stand it. But we can do some classic review and see how much I remember. Fuck. Keikan?
警官
Keikan? Gramu. Gramu. Gu... Gramu.
グラム
Gramu. I like how you're learning Japanese and I'm improving my German. I inspire you! Ah! Jinxie, thank you. Are you like studying Japanese? Are you studying German like doing it as studies? Or is it more like you live there so you just practice as you're there? Because I think it can be quite challenging to study a language in a country where people can speak English. And I think, oh, I actually don't know. I have German cousins and they spoke English really well. So in my mind, I think like they would default to English. I was actually watching a video yesterday. I can't remember who it was. It's some YouTuber / she makes videos on Instagram as well. But basically I think she was Vietnamese and she lives in Germany with her boyfriend and she tries to speak German to like the shop owners and stuff, but they just keep speaking English. And then when they eventually do switch to German, they speak too fast or they say complicated things and she has no idea what's going on. So like, I feel like that could be an issue. It's necessary to practice, but most people here can speak English, yeah. So it's quite difficult to study. It's quite difficult to practice with people. I have a friend in Japan, and she has like, I want to say kind of like disjointed conversations with a barista. She was telling me that she will speak like Japanese to the barista and the barista will respond in English, but they do it like that because they are both practicing. So they can practice their respective language because the other person will understand. So I think that's a cute way to do it. Watching movies and talking to the locals. Yeah, my problem is my listening skills for Japanese because I watch too much anime. My listening skills are so much better than my reading. My writing is non-existent. And my speaking, I'm too shy to speak. So yeah, that's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to force myself. What? Did it? I can hear it bouncing, but did it? Where did Onigiri go? Oh, there they are. Oh wait, it's because of how I have my thing set up. Hold on. Let me... Thank you for the head pats. Hi, Intrepid! Hello, hello. I wanna... Okay, don't look at the UI. If you guys can see the UI, pretend you do not see it. I just wanna... Which one is it? Is it this one? It is this one. What? No, no, no. Here? Oh, like so? And like so. Because the problem is, like... I don't know how I would do this. Because look, there we go. Now y'all can see my feet. No free feet on the internet, though. No free feet. How big is... I make myself small. Because I'm trying to fix this thing that I broke. I mean, it's not broken. It's just the way that I have it set up. So if I move myself, I can move myself down to the corner here. And if I make this, like... almost full screen, I think. Why is it such a weird... ratio? Okay, this is fine, I guess. I go like so. I do like so. And then we have... Then we can have the little kitties. How cute are those? So yes, if you guys redeem that, ignore my UI. If I go like... They're cute as hell, man. I love this shit. I'm safe from becoming fixated on feet. You're welcome. You had to learn German for like 4 years and you remember nothing? The grammar was whack? Oh my goodness. Also, hi Chris. I don't know if I said hi earlier. How are you doing? The studies are going okay, I think. I'm just busy fiddling around with my VTuber at the moment, so I got distracted, but it's okay. We go back. We go back. Let's see. Kotai. Kotaeru. Hehe. There's a button to clear them, but I'm not gonna clear them. Can we fill the whole screen with them? I'm actually not too sure if we can. You can most certainly try. You saw an update for VTuber Kit? Yes, I did actually... Ooh, just a sec, guys. Sorry, Ray was just asking me about something. German grammar is intense. The language sounds intense. But yes, there was an update. I'm currently running what version is it? I know it's like 1.9c or something. I don't know if there was another update after that one, but that's the current one that I'm running. This way, close to the speaker or towards the speaker. I want to say kochira.
こちら。
こちら。こっち。1。No, no, no. I've forgotten this one.
1。
Ah! Okay, it's fine. I knew what it was. I didn't know how to write it. Let's see, let's see. It's the first kana that I'm struggling with here. I know it's got the ru in it, but I can't remember now. Shit. If only Hooded wasn't pooping.
明るい。
明るい. I knew the characters, I just didn't know where they went. Hooded is my study buddy. He's a much higher level than me. But can help when I'm being dumb. Not very. Remainder. Oh, you're still here? You're not pooping? Did you not go poop? You better go poop. You're not gonna fail your test if you don't go poop. Is that how that works? Amari. Amari. But what is first one? Amari. Wasn't this one not important, you said? Hehe. Looks like an umbrella. Where?
あまり。
Amari.
あんまり。
I remember it. I just don't remember the fucking shits, man. Aka. Aka-chan. Just kana is good enough for that. Yeah. Oh, you pooped already? Me and Kanji are not friends. I refuse to meet with them. With the Kanji? Do you manage to get around alright, Intrepid? Intrepid's also in Japan, actually. You are still in Japan, right? Intrepid's been all over the place. He's worked in a couple countries. I know definitely Korea and Japan. I was gonna say China, but I don't think you've taught in China. I think you were in Korea for quite a while, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, only Korea and Japan. I thought so. I have other friends in China. I'm trying to remember where everyone's gone. Someone tell me how to find the largest complete binary subtree. I don't even understand the words that you just said, Hooded, so... You know.
Aka.
Aka. Oh, yoi. Say I'm missing a boy. Oh, it's the man laying down.
いい。
E.
よい。
E. Yoi. I remember the words. I can hear. I know the words. I just don't know how to write them because I'm a dum-dum. You're legit gonna get 0. What is a subtree? In a binary tree? Oh my god. What if it's a non-binary tree? Tell them to get with the times, man. You're gonna get 0? Do you actually not know? Oh, bento. Isn't this... I want to choose this one because it looks like a bento. But I'm actually not sure now. I feel like I'm missing something. A non-binary tree. Exactly. Exactly, Dan. A subtree? Isn't that a potted plant on the submarine? Yeah, Hooded, I'm confused about what you're actually studying. Ah. Oh, because it's your lunchbox from the house, right? I remember this one. Obento. I remember now. It's the house lunchbox because you bring it from home or you buy it from the kombini. I can't take myself seriously. Imagine if an actual Japanese person was trying to teach me and I was saying this fucking bullshit. What was my osara, the plates? Because the plates belong in prison because they don't use that word or whatever. Eh? Oh, the website broke again? Oh man. It's because I was... Look here. Stop your shit. A subtree? I didn't know they had trees underwater. Oh my god! Speak of the devil! Osara!
Osara.
That was funny. Oh man. Seriously, write down these answers, Hooded. They're gonna be like, has this individual not learned a damn thing here? Hi, Smitty. Smitty SG, how's it going? Alright, year before last. Okay, so...
Excuse me.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Okay, so... I think... These ones are very confusing. I want to say it's like... But they don't look... They don't look quite right. Because, I'm trying to find the similar looking ones, because I remember... Ototoshi. Itotoshi. Because I remember, this... I don't know if you guys can see very well because of the onigiri, but there. It's got to be the same as the other one, right? So it's... Before yesterday, it's 1. And then it's... This one, and then this one.
Ototoi, issakujitsu, ototsui.
Ototsui. I should try studying like this on stream too. Maybe it will motivate me. Yeah. Imoto. Fuck. One of these is big sister, one is little sister. Imoto. Kaeru. One of these means home. And then do. I don't know if I remember any of these ones, to be honest. Whoa, I would not have picked that one. I can tell you that now for free. I would not have picked that one in a million years. That one's a very, very big boy. Okay, I'll try to remember that one. Kaeru. Kaeru. What one was this? Kata? I think just remembering this one's gonna be fucking awful. Kaeru. Go home. I'm done with this shit. I'm going home. Fuck this noise, basically. I don't remember this one.
Kata.
Oh, kata! Apparently I didn't remember it. I was lying to you guys. I'm so sorry. This one is 9. There's no way to remember that one. Oh, I remember the face. uh,
答える
Kotaeru, because it looked like an angry teacher. Dirty! Fuck, what was dirty? The way you remember It's pictures, right? They tell a story. That doesn't have to make sense to other people, but it makes sense to me. I know the song, it's Green Hill Zone from Sonic. Oh, be right back. I got coffee. Ray just bought me a fresh cup of joe. I am so full of liquids right now. What was dirty though? Kitanai?
Kitanai.
Ah, for fuck's sakes, why do I remember the word and then I can't write it? Ah! Oh, I know this one. I know this one. It's kawa.
川
Kawa. Kawagawa. River. Also, yes, it is Green Hill. That song was Green Hills from Sonic. You are right. It's currently on something from Zelda. Let's see. There we go. Coffee time? Yeah, it is coffee time. I just had coffee. I also, in the last 2 months that I've had this bottle of multivitamins, remembered to take it 3 times. Despite the fact that it is right in front of my keyboard. I still forget somehow. Alright. Oh, 69! Nice. Let's ruin that number. Oh. Kekan? But how did I write it? Fuck. He had handcuffs. I think. Kekan. This one? I can't remember now. I just know there was handcuffs in it.
警官
There we go! Oh man. I would probably give a Japanese teacher a hernia with the way that I remember the kanji, but anyway. Drinking glass. This one I cannot remember. Gurasu! I honestly can't think. Koppu! Koppu! A drinking glass. We say cup? Okay. I mean, that makes sense. This one's easy. Sampo suru. Sampo suru.
散歩する
Sampo suru. This kind. Something close to the speaker. Oh, I need to sneeze. So, because my VTuber's mouth is mic activated, if I make a loud noise, even though my mic's muted on OBS, it'll still record it. So you guys still get to see me sneeze. Okay, this kind, something close to the speaker. Mm. I'm completely spacing at this point. Ko? Kore? No. Kono? No. This kind. Even with all of this here, my brain is just going blank because I'm just like, what?
Konna.
Konna. Shit. Konna. I'll try and remember that one. Oh, it's raining.
7、7。
7. Kopi. Kopi ninja. That's whatever I think of when I think of kopi. Is it a long kopi? Long p?
Kopi.
Kopi. Oops. 10.
10。
Uh-oh. Dewa? Is it not? Dewa? Ja?
Ja.
Ja? Ja? Fuck. Sukato. But one of these is long.
Skato.
Skato. Shawa. Sha. Shawa. Wa. Shawa. It's raining. Oh, it's raining hard.
Shower.
Shower. That one was easy. Shatsu. I laugh, but that's what it is. Shatsu.
シャツ。
Oh, shit. Sit. To sit. Suwaru?
座る。
Suwaru! In that direction. Sochi? 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 That's Sochi. Sochira?
そちら。そっち。
Sochi. Why Sochi not correct answer? With that, this one's Dewa. I think.
では。
Dewa. Dare? Da. De.
誰
Dare? ちっちゃい。ち。 Chicha? Mm. Mm. Chisana? 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 Chisana. Oh! Stove! Stove! Denki stove! I remember. Denki. Denki. Stove. 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 Boo. But stove. Maybe it's here?
電気ストーブ
Ah, denki stove. Western style door. Oh. Door.
ドア
Door. How? Cannot remember this one. Do shite do kana?
どう
Do?
いかが
God damn it. Demo
でも
is going okay. I remembered a lot more than I thought I would, so that's something. Domo. 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 Namae. Na ma.
名前
Namae. News. News. News.
ニュース
News. Party. Yeah. Party. Party. No? Party. Tea? Is it not? Party. I'm pretty sure this is right. Am I just putting the little line in the wrong way? In the wrong place. Ah! Did I not do this? Is it not like this? Party? Wait.
パーティー
Ah! Shit! These stupid mistakes. Thank you, I did. I didn't consider that one. To lose something. I can't think of this one. You settled for milk tea? Oh yeah? What's the weather like? Because it's cold as fuck in South Africa at the moment. It shouldn't be. But it's cold and it's raining. Which is nice, because last night I was complaining that it was hot. Coffee was tempting though. How are you going to survive without coffee? This one I can't remember. Naku?
なくす
Nakusu. Sanpo suru, but now I need to write it out. Naksu is to lose. But nakunaru? is to die, but the kind of way of saying to die, like we say pass away in English. Ah, it's 8 degrees, and this tea has a lot of caffeine. Oh, okay, fair enough. I'm actually curious what my weather's like. It's currently 22 and looks like it's gonna be raining today and tomorrow. That's kind of nice though. Hopefully we have a cooler weekend, like temperature wise. Alright. Sampo suru, but I don't remember how to write it. There's like almost enough. It's 1 degrees. Konnichiwa, Popati. How are you? Sampo suru. But what is the kanji for it? Fuck. Sanpo suru. Is it actually how you write it though? Would you write it with the like the hiragana as well? No. No, there's another one missing. I hate it. Okay. Looks like a face. And now it's got suru?
Sampo suru.
Sampo suru! I'll try and remember that one. Not as cold here as I expected before coming here. Still pretty damn cold for someone who grew up in Cape Town. Yeah, no, 1 degrees. Listen, for me, this 22, anything below 21 is cold for me. So I'm looking forward to experiencing the Cape Town weather. I grew up in Port Elizabeth. If it helps, the second kanji and it is the kanji for walk. Okay, I will try to remember that. Sampo suru. 21, yeah. For me, that's cold. I'm sitting here with fluffy warm pants on. I'm drinking coffee because I'm cold. Anything below 30? Oh my goodness. No. You see, that is anything below 21 is cold, but 30 is comfy. I can tolerate up until about maybe 32, and then it starts to get too warm. I think I draw the line at 34 though. If it's hotter than 34, fuck it. I want to die. I sound like an anime character. I do. You sleep with your window open in winter. I've heard it's the German way to just have open windows all the time. Uh-oh. This one I don't know. I know it's dare, but I can't think what the kanji is. Please tell me. Dare. Shichi. Nana. Korea got you used to tolerating extreme temps. Oh, really? Would you say it's worse? This one's easy. That's 10. Ju. Luften? Suwaru. It's this one. Was there another one? Suwaru. Sampo suru. Dare. Suwaru. Summer's about the same, 35 with extreme humidity. Yeah, I wonder, so I grew up in Port Elizabeth, and then I moved to Pretoria, and then I moved to Johannesburg, and I've lived in Durban, and I've lived in Cape Town, but not for extended periods for either of them. So I'm wondering, I hope I can tolerate the Cape Town weather because I'm really looking forward to staying there, to living there. Winter in my town in Korea could drop down to -12 with max temps of -2. Oh. God damn. You sleep with your window open in an essay and you'll have nothing left in your house. I have 2 sets of bars on my windows. So I have bars on the actual windows themselves, and then I have bars over those windows as well. I didn't think it was a weird thing. I didn't think it was a weird thing growing up to have bars all over your windows. Does it not make sense to have bars over your windows? And then you see pictures from other countries and you're like, well, Cape Town's not too bad in summer. The air is pretty dry. Ah, I've heard that there's like higher humidity in winter in Cape Town, which makes everything feel damp and cold, which I think was the same in PE. The winters felt incredibly cold because of the humidity. The summer here is moist. Our summers are thunderstorms and hail storms. So lots of rain, lots of hail. And then winter is dry as fuck. Man, it's so bad. This website's bummed again. I was supposed to get my Switch. God damn it. I forgot. In about 20 minutes, I'll pop an ad and go get my Switch and go to the loo and stuff. Because I've had a lot of liquids today. This website's still being a butthole. Oh, okay, it's working. The winter's pretty damn unpleasant, wet, cold, and windy. So even if the temperature isn't that low, the wind blows right through everything. Yeah. I plan on staying indoors. We have an alarm. 6 dogs sleep inside the house and lock gates on all the doors. Yeah, you kind of have to. You kind of have to. You successfully failed the test. The task failed successfully. You have to use an umbrella as a shield. Oh man. That's mad shit. Fuck. What was the kanji for this one? Oh!
Chisana.
Chisana. Okay, I'll try and remember that. Namae. Fuck. I keep forgetting to look. Namae.
Namae.
Namae. Okay. To lose something. Fuck. What was the prison on legs again? I can't remember that one. To lose something. I mean, I know it's Naksu, but I can't remember. Oh my god, it's this one? The prison on legs?
Naksu.
Naksu. Do you have Switch Sports? No? The kanji for small has the same reading as Shao in Japanese and Chinese. Because he's small. They named him small. Oh my god. Denki stobu. Denki stobu. Enki? Naksu is kind of only. Oh, I remember we spoke about the prison on legs. You don't need to remember that. What? I love that so much. It's literally just an onigiri that falls from the sky. Nah, thank you for the head pats. That's why I have all those onigiris sitting on the bottom there, the little kitty cats. I know it's denki stobu, but I don't know Cause isn't this Tenki? Is it the same thing? Sutobu. 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 I can't remember where this goes. What? Is it this one as well? No, I don't know. Oh! Ah! It's the wrong way! It's the key from Denki. Tenki. Ah, okay, so it's this one. Denki Stobu. Den is from Raiden. Oh, oh! It says bye in Japanese. Jamata! Don't say sayonara. Sayonara is like goodbye, never see you again. So long, sucker! You're gonna pop a cap in someone's ass, you say sayonara! Goodbye forever, goodbye for a long time. If you're just saying bye to a friend, jamata! Mata ne! It means see you later. Your kids say sayonara all the time. I was taught in university not to say sayonara. I was told not to say that because it's like I'll see you in a long time. Oh, kids say sayonara? Okay, I guess that's okay then. Bye bye. This has been. They wish I don't come back. Listen, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, so they would say bye bye. I think there's a lot of we mentioned it earlier as well. There's a lot of words that are changing, or things like I don't want to say like modern because it's basically just like English, but bye bye. Yeah, bye bye. Always been saying sayonara. No worries, no worries. Borrowed words, exactly. But yes, they would just say like, so the way that Hooded wrote it there, it's just like bye bye, like that. Hair? A lot of things I learned from books and courses turned out to be not all that accurate. I think talking to people, I don't know. I wonder if maybe depends on where you are, how old the person is. Never use verbs in their base form, but people use them all the time. Oh. That's interesting. But yeah, so jamata, I think we write it like it's yeah, I think. But I think you wouldn't write it like in our letters. Okay, denki stobu. Denki stobu. 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 But where does the sto...
Denki stobu.
Stobu. Spoken language is a whole different beast. Yeah. Textbook Japanese. Yeah, so I think depending on what you're wanting to do, like for example, because I wouldn't be in Japan, but because you are in Japan, like conversational, like being able to just talk to a person, that's what you would want to study. But for me, JLPT is what I would want to study because I'm not in Japan. So that's why this is what I'm doing. Like, because I have Japanese friends, I could probably just message them in my really shitty Japanese and they'd be like, what the fuck, man? And they'd immediately switch to English. But like, yeah. If I had the chance to be in Japan, I would try and learn all the things and speak to all the people and be really annoying about it. So studying in the country versus studying out the country, it's gonna be different. But yes, textbook Japanese is almost never how people speak. And like, there's actually lots of Instagram accounts that teach you like how Japanese people speak rather than textbook, because they'll say this is textbook Japanese and then this is how we actually speak. And yeah, that's very different. Japanese people absolutely love it when you speak shitty broken Japanese, do they? Oh god. My kids will ask me to play and they literally just say asobu. So they just say play? Question mark? Whoa! That bonked me straight on the head. You could teach English there if you want. I could, but I kind of don't want to uproot my life. I was an online teacher for years because I did try, like I applied and stuff to teach in Japan, but they put me on a waiting list and I can't remember how long it was, but it was like somewhere between 5 and 7 months, a waiting list. And like they couldn't tell me how long the waiting list would be. And I was like, I can't just sit around for that long, not have a job. But I also can't take a job knowing that I'm maybe going to Japan. Like, my anxiety is so bad, I couldn't handle that. And so, unfortunately, I did have to turn it down. But, yeah, waiting list is torture. I know Kirsty had issues with that. She's in Japan now, thankfully, but she had issues with that before because of COVID. And it was just like, it was a waiting list, but it was a waiting list because of COVID, nothing else. So, yeah. But I just hope that I can travel to Japan someday. Just to experience it. As a tourist, I think would be okay. I think it's okay. Alright, this one I'm unsure about. I want to say Haji, but hayaku. Hayaku. Eh?
Hayai.
Hayai! Fuck! Hayai! Thank you. That's why I ended up in Korea. Ah, I have a friend who's from the US going to teach history in Japan. Damn! That's crazy. And another friend who just moved from Japan to the US for university. Not verb, but adverb. Ah! I mean, it did say underneath, I think. I just maybe didn't look. Alright. Maybe I'll finish this one and then I'll go fetch my sweetie. Intrepid, you should know this. You're a teacher, man. You don't like ads? I'm sorry. Butter! Smooth like butter. But which one was it? Butter. 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 No? Butter.
Butter.
Butter! Bus. Wait, is it?
Bus.
I said it as a joke. Pan. Pan. Pan, pan.
Pan.
Pan. Can you read my name yet? Who? Dedo. Who did? What? Why is it so hard to say? Because I want to say hooded. Who? Who dedo? Who dedo-san? Ah, it sounds weird, man. We're hooded. We're just gonna ignore the second part of your name. But that other game I was playing, what, last week? They used that word as well, and I was just like, I'm not reading that out loud. Okay, what's this one? To begin with, used as an introduction. Oh, shit. I don't know. Do I just say I don't know? Because I do know, I just don't remember.
Hajime ni.
Hajime ni. I would have gotten a hajime, but the ni would have thrown me off. Pedo. No, I don't know. What is it? Is there Beto?
Beddo.
Oh my god. Isn't Hajime that guy from Inazuma? The Smith? I think his name is Hajime, actually. Alright guys, I'm gonna throw you on the BRB screen. An ad is going to play. This is a prime opportunity for you to go get something to drink, get something to eat, stretch your legs, go watch TikToks, whatever the fuck you want to do. I need to go pee, I need to go find my sweetie, and then I'll be back, right? So go do your things. I had a good laugh with my kids one day because of if they're like putting grasshoppers on their toast. Wait, what? Wait, what is the second kana there? Oh, bata. Oh, be careful. Oh shit, you don't want grasshoppers on your toast. Goddamn. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. I literally just wrote butter, but apparently my brain was like, nope, I did not absorb any of that. Cool, I'm so glad. Anyway, we might end off there for today for the studies. And then start playing a bit of Pokemons. Because I've been studying for about 2 hours. I think it's not a bad amount of time. But we can... Ooh, Moombas! 12 months! Thanks to Jargon for the gift subby. Hey, 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 hey. Also, Intrepid.
Jargon 1674 for my sub gift.
That is considered self-plugging. So I'm just gonna... It's considered impolite to do that. I don't know if you knew that. It's okay. No pluggies! Dan will tell you. Dan knows. No pluggies. That is considered a pluggy. No worries. No worries. Since you're an old friend, you get a pass. But don't let it happen again. I'm watching you. But best of luck with your stream. I hope it goes well. You gonna go study now? I hope you're well. Want to remind you that you're awesome and amazing. Thank you. I hope you're having a lovely day, Moombas. Hope you're doing well, friend. And also, Happy New Year. I have a very unfortunate last name because it sounds like butt. Oh, gosh. I mean, my surname is Hammond. And so, like, I got called Hammond Cheese when I was younger. And I was just like, come on, guys. And because my dad's from England, they would say ham and eggs. So, like, we had no peace with our surname. It's not even a bad surname. But kids still found a way to make fun of it. So, you know. But it's okay. Alright, guys. I am going to be right back. Like I said, I'm going to throw you on the ads. Sorry if you have to perceive an advert. But it's kind of just there. It's part of Twitch. I can't change it. But, like I said, go grab a drink. Go grab a snack. Go stretch your legs. Go watch a TikTok or something. I'm gonna go fetch my Switch. I'm gonna pee. And I'm gonna BRB. And I don't play scary games at all. I am a chicken bitch of note. Let me tell you. I get a fright from my own notifications if I don't see them coming, so... You guys! One of us has to go in there.
Yeah. And it has to be switched in between, I think.
Do you wanna press the button?
I can press the button, I don't mind. I'm down.
Okay, please no kill.
Oh no! Why do you not do the thing? I pressed the button! Okay.
Listen, Tango, they never say why the power's out. They're like, oh yeah, there's a fault. I'm like, yeah, it's your fault the power's out. Turn it back on. My god. I'm miserable right now. This is impressive and not in a good way. I agree, but I just got one now, so maybe I should be thankful. Okay, now another one. That's not him. That's also not him. That's especially not him. That is a bow. That is not a dog boy. That is also not a dog boy. This is disappointment. I'm gonna go ugly cry. This is a cat! Ah! What is it? 3-7? Ah! Oh. Slowly. Ah! Oh! Shotgun? You can just run up to them and shoot them in the face? Where is this guy? Hello, hello, hello. I am pig. Oink, oink. Weapon? No, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. So no. I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if he can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Be strong for mother. Oh, the stream. I'm very done with this clip. I'm so sorry, Jinxie. My brain. Also, I got myself pretzels because I haven't really eaten today. Alright, we do sweet-chy things now. Provided this works.
Hello, motherfucker.
Oh, I don't have my headset on. I was like, where's the sound though? Hi, Momo! Is the Switch gonna work today or? Oh wait, is it plugged in? Lol. That would help, right?
The Helamat Cupcake screamed Konbon Wanatu to San.
Eh?
Kiowa Ogen Kaidasuka. Sorga Watashigani Hongod Nurioku Suru Hanai Desu.
Excuse me? Konbanwa! It's not evening. Konnichiwa! Kyou wa o genki desu ka? Genki desu! I'm not sure if I understand the rest. I actually don't know. I don't know if this is gonna work. I didn't realize it wasn't plugged in. Hmm. But let's try. Otherwise, I'll just play something else. Oh! Okay, we got that to work. You typed afternoon. Oh, that's weird. Also, Mao, don't be talking about building pity. Are we done with Japanese already? We are hooded. I'll try and study more. I will try and study more. Did I hear someone talking about that Dr. Seuss book? Green Eggs and Hammond? Oh, what the heck? I'm getting attacked by some random bird. How rude. I think it's working now. Oh! Hey, I think we're good, guys. I don't want to fight you, birdie. Studying's for nerds. I mean, I'm a nerd then, I guess. Moby. Also, why has my mouth stopped working? Which sounds like a weird thing to say, but I might have to just restart the program if it's being a butthole. Where's the restart button? Is it here? We good? I think we're good. Or is it not tracking? Oh, that's weird. I don't know what it's doing. It looks like it's working now. Sporadically. It's not like I'm speaking softly. I don't know why it's being a pain. Hmm? Was it picking up the wrong... somehow, the wrong mic? I say this and purposefully went on to study for 6 years. God damn. You're a fucking massive nerd, Moby. I don't know if you know this. Also, sorry if I missed any messages. I was trying to sort out the thing. That will be the extent of the Japanese I'll speak. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, we're good. Do I have background music off? I'm gonna turn this on. There we go. So we don't need the other music. Oh, damn! Philosophy! That's the nerdiest of nerd subjects. My goodness. Fucking imagine. That's intense, bro. For realsies, not for play even. Okay, so I think I want to do the psychic gym and then the ice one. But let me just consult with my friend's YouTube video. What? Thunder? You're so sick, as Falsey would say. Oh, Moby no. Oh, okay. Now I know where Moby's from. So sick, Moby. So sick. Sick as fuck, I think. Is that just something that Fozzie likes to say? Okay, I've done that one. The next one. You've heard him say it a lot. I mean, when I joined his stream the other day, he was saying it a lot. Do you think Elon will add me to the chip in the head trials? I'm done with cell phones. Or are cell phones done with you? Speaking of cell phones, where did I leave mine? Sorry guys, be right back. Thank you. I was just complaining about the fucking ostriches constantly going after me here. They're a bunch of assholes with nothing better to do. And there's another one. I don't know if I have one of these guys. Bunk. I do have one, okay. We're good. Sorry to disturb. My crunching is not too loud, right? I too am sometimes an asshole with nothing better to do. Truly a mood. Alright, so my team has maybe changed a little bit. You know what? I might just move my chat. I don't know what is a decent place to put chat in Pokemon, but let's just move it down here for now. Even I'm in the way. I'm so tired of myself. Why am I like this? Middle of the screen is the best place for chat. Just cover my whole character. I definitely could do that. Speaking of cell phones, did you know that in Japanese it just sounds like smarto. Yes. One day we'll be calling cell phones our masters. It's better to learn their weaknesses now. What the heck? Fragile is fucking expensive. That is also true. Just make a giga-sized VTuber model and cover the whole screen. How big can we go? Is this good enough? Is this enough, Tato? Staring straight into your soul. Give me all your snacks. Give me the snacks. I need them. That's as big as it gets. That's as zoomed in as we go. Give me the snacks. Please. Wait. How could you? I got a supersized dunk on from Mau Mau. Mau's just dunking on me now. Your snacks are small and won't fill the tum-tum. I mean, if I shrink myself down, they will. This is gonna give you trauma for a month. Well, you can thank, who was it? You can thank Hooded for that. This is his fault. How loud is my crunching? Okay, you're welcome. Hi, Risu. Oh, I need to swap him out. I need to bring my boy back. Catnip. Where did I leave him, though? That's the question. You can't redeem head pads? You can't? Is it, like, on a cooldown? I'm not sure what to tell you. B word? As opposed to any of the other B words. Oh. Oh, there's a cooldown. Okay, that makes sense. I think it's just to stop people from spamming it. Where did I put the boy? Did I put him in box 4? That's Ray's box. There he is. Raylooms for catching Pokemon. Apparently mobile doesn't say it has a cooldown. Oh! Yeah, listen, mobile Twitch is something else. I think we might be okay. So we're gonna go fight Psychic. Bug, Dark, and Ghost. Should be fine. So I think we got enough coverage. Otherwise, we just tank and spank with a squishy. You know? You know what I'm saying? I have been on the lookout for evolutions. I found a Flareon here the other day. I don't know if they like rotate depending on time of day or if there's some other criteria. But I've just been keeping an eye out for our babies. For all of the babies. What are them's? Oh, rufflets. No, thank you. Aggressive ass ostrich. Man. Ray found another shiny. And he... Oh, no, 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 no. I don't wanna. Release me. Ray almost didn't want to tell me. Because I've gotten no shinies so far. And at this point, I'm just salty, man. But it's okay, because I like salty things. It's okay. Wind Chase. Enjoy Wind Chase, Hooded. You only need 3,000 points to get all the Primo rewards. The rest do not matter. They don't give you name cards anymore, so who the fuck cares? Not me. In fact, I don't know if I could care less than I already do. I got my points, that's all I care about. I got enough for the primos. Induce trauma, then leave. Do what you gotta do. Truly evil. I mean, that's typical for Hooded. Comes here to start trouble, and then leaves. And sometimes helps me with my Japanese studies. Yeah, I think we're good. Objection! Oh, there it is. I was like, where's this fucking gym? It was right there. Never mind. I'm eating pretzels, but they're like they're made for like little kids, so they're like different shapes. There was a house and a person and a car, maybe some other things, but I've now eaten. I just have cards left. Next time there's wind race, pay them to do it, and they will do the entire event for you. Bold of Moose to assume that I have money to pay people to do my wind trace. I almost did consider asking someone to do it for me. But at the same time, I was like, ah, fuck this shit. Fuck all of this noise. I'd open a game. If I was the hunter, I would tell the people, I'm gonna let you win. Go do whatever you want. I had a lot of people come sit next to me. Like, I'd go and find a chair, and I would just go sit somewhere. And a lot of people would come sit next to me, and they would just chill with me. So if I was the hunter, I just let them win. And then if I was one of the rebels, I was supposed to hide. I played Sayu and I'd climb up a tree and AFK. So the one time I got disconnected from a match and I don't know why. Why the hate for prop hunt? Because it's forced playing with other people. Most of the time that I've spent in Genshin has all been single player. So being forced to play with other people, I hate that. If they had like a versus AI thing, it would be fine. Did you guys hear the thunder? I'm not good at it and I don't like things I'm not good at. No, seriously, just choose Sayu, climb up a tree, and don't move. Sayu's colors are very dull, so she doesn't stand out. And then you just stay in the tree. I can't tell you how many things I won. Just because I climbed up a tree and didn't move. And I would watch the hunter run around in circles. Did you see the thunder? I don't think I would have said that, to be fair, but even if I did, I'm dumb, so who knows? I feel the exact same way about Valorant. Do you play Valorant? I'm very much a firm believer of not putting myself into things that I don't enjoy. That's why I don't play shooters. I don't play horror games. I don't play competitive things. Nimona! Give me peace, girl. Goddamn. You don't play games? Like at all? You got other shit to do though, right? Right now, nothing. No other shit to do. Slow start to the year. So, no work, no studies, no puppers. You binge watched 2 seasons of Ted Lasso the other day. I don't know what that is. Catch up on sleep or I don't know. I have 6 badges? Wait, what? That's news to me. Yeah, I'm gonna seed bomb this bitch. Goodbye! Sorry, buddy. Sligoo? Noah! Noah is back. Cupcake hates school and studying is icky. Classes with papas only start next week. Work only begins again this weekend. And Cupcake doesn't sleep. Oh no. That is not a good thing. Rest in pieces. Nice. You've had insomnia since you were 14? God damn. What is flatter? Oh, it's a dark move. I don't really want it. I'm happy with the attacks it has currently. Poor Mart! I don't know if I have something. I mean, heal immune. The electrics. But I mean, yeah, I would say, like, use this time to rest. Do stuff that you enjoy. And if that's just watching shit, then go for it. Oh! You didn't see anything? No, I definitely saw it, Moonbuzz. We all saw it. Oh, I need to change the game. Thank you, thank you. I can do it as well. Set game. Pokemon Violet. Where? Oh, I used the wrong one. Set game. Pokemon Violet. There we go. Quaquavel? What is that? Is that the water beach? I don't even know how many Pokemon I've fought so far. I think this is their starter Pokemon coming out now. It is! Ooh! Let's go, bitch. Thanks for the reminder, Cupcake. You totally didn't open Pokemon. Are you not supposed to be working right now, Moombas? I'm still gonna whip your ass, Nimona. You can turn your chicken into a sparkly peacock. But he still won't die. Did not think it could look more ridiculous, but there we go. Get him! Get him, Catnip! Go pa pa pa! Rest in peepos, man. Whoa! Bitter Blade, what is that? What is that emote? Oh, it's candy. Oh man. Bitter feelings for the world. Oh shit! That looks interesting. It's also a very strong move. Hello, smallest owl! Hello, hello, how are you? I might grab that instead of flame charge. Just so it's... because it's a strong attack. It is 90 power? Bro, be serious for a second. I haven't seen you since last year. Thank you for making that kind of joke, smaller style. That's some of my favorites. How are you doing? And Happy New Year. I don't know if Bitter Blade is good, but you know, it's got a high power, so... Oh, I probably should have checked if it was physical or... Ah, man, why am I like this? The last year joke is one of my least favorites. Really? Oh, I fucking love them, Mao. I love them. So dumb, but yeah. You feel old because you're turning 20 at the end of the year. You just turned 19 last year. And I might be a bit drunk. Wait, drunk now? Cries in turning 25. Listen, I turned 30. I turned 30 last year. So none of you are allowed to make any comments about feeling old. And if Dan is still here, he's gonna have words for you saying that 19 is old. Because he's the oldest. No one's older than Dan. He's practically Jesus. He was cruising with the dinosaurs in his youth. I'm young? Thank you. It's the small stature and the baby face. Tato has access to the fountain of youth. Yeah. You were trying to outdrink an Irishman and an Australian? Oh, yeah. I'm not too familiar with the drinking habits of the Irish, but I know Australian people are strong like bull. So, yeah. I can see how that would have ended poorly. The testosterone was supposed to make me stay looking younger, but all I see is ugly. Well, Mao, I've had this discussion already, but if anyone else needs a reminder, if you don't find yourself attractive, that's okay. Because you don't need to be attracted to yourself. You are very simply just not your type, right? And it's okay to not be your type. That is the blessing of having other people in the world, is that they can be your type instead, and you can like them. You don't have to like yourself. You don't have to. Moose will like you. That is enough. So Mao, shut the fuck up. We don't care what you think about yourself. Don't know the drinking habits of the Irish. Heard of St. Patrick's Day? Yeah, but that's not like a. When I think of a particular group, I don't think, yes, those people drink a lot, because Germany has Oktoberfest. So what? All German people drink lots. But Australian people literally live in hell. They're in the south part of the south. It's onigiri. It's just small ball. Anyway, they literally live in hell. They have to drink to feel better. So I don't blame them. South Africans as well. We drink a lot as well. We also kind of live in hell. There is one group that drinks a lot, alcoholics. Llama. You're not wrong. Also, hi Puggy. Hello. Yes, it's a small boy. What? It didn't work for me. It said something went wrong. Cool, whatever. You live in hell, smallest owl? I'm sorry to hear that. You gotta get strong like bull. Alright, hold on. I missed some messages. You're only 6'3". You're a small Asian person. 6'3" is small. I'm 5'1". Smallest owl. I think you need to change your name. I don't think smallest is an appropriate adjective here. I know someone who's 6'11". Oh, I feel ill. I feel ill that someone is so tall and I'm so short. What the fuck? I'm mad now. What do you mean small? Large owl. Superb owl. There's a subreddit called... It looks like Super Bowl. You know, like... What is the Super Bowl? Is it baseball? I don't know. In any way. It's actually Superb Owl. And it's just got loads of pictures of owls. So if people try to post in that thing, but it's not about owls, it gets posted on Lost Redditors and it's very funny. I also got offered drugs when I was like 14 by some random druggie. What the fuck? Oh, it's football? Yes, I know the sports ball. World Series is baseball. Yeah, I care very much for the sports ball, as you can tell. I'm very invested in the sports ball. I don't know if Nimona healed my Pokemon after getting her ass kicked, but I thought I might as well just heal them. Hi, Cam! The person who's 6'7". What the heck? Why? Why be so tall? For what reason? What's up there that you need? I actually saw a video yesterday. It was probably a YouTube short, to be honest, of a really tall person who went into a supermarket because they can see the top of the shelves at the supermarket, and they showed us, and it's literally just dusty nastiness, and I'm like, wow, why would you want to look that high? Gross, man. What the fuck is that thing? That's my baby. Cried on. He's a good boy. I don't play the sports game anymore. Rowing? Oh, rowing is intense. I think people assume if you do rowing, you'll have like monster arms, but the legs on people who do rowing, that shit is mad. It sucks. He's taller than Master Chef? Master Chief, you mean? Yes. I don't get an option to say no. I don't know why they ask every time. Oh no. Gordon ain't that tall. Yeah, isn't he pretty small? Emotional spectrum practice? What the fuck? The woman wearing the black tracksuit in the practice area will explain the rules. Right next door. What the fuck? No worries, no worries. I assumed you meant Master Chief. But that's crazy. Ask your friend what business they have being so tall. For what reason do they need to be so tall? Look, all these people with their psychic Pokemon. I don't have one. Gordon Ramsay is 6'2". Never mind. Why did I think he was short? His daughter is just really tall then, I guess. Dendra! Man, guys, wait, I came across a... What was she, like a dragon tamer or something? What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, hero. She was like dragon tamer or something. She looked fucking cool. She is very excited. ESP? What the fuck? I don't know what I'm supposed to do, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like she didn't explain a damn thing. Why am I standing in front of everyone else? What a knob. Oh. I see, I see. Are the Pokemon doing it as well? I wasn't looking. 30 push-ups and a 10k run? Oh my goodness. I have really short legs. I would die. That's crazy. Oh, now she wants to battle me? What the fuck? I have to battle this little kid? Oh my goodness. This don't seem right. This does not seem right. In fact, this seems very wrong of me to do. We're just battling literally right next to this group of people. Cool. Rest in peace. Short and scary. Oh man. Curlia. We can keep this. 5'3". I'm shorter than her. I'm teeny tiny, 5'1". Small bean. Yay, I kicked some kid's ass. This is not something I should be celebrating. Short Asian parents are so scary. I wouldn't know. But if you say so, I'll believe you. We had a girl in matric, no joke, who was 4'9". Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know some people who are shorter than me. Oh shit, this again. Oh, wrong one. Finally done. Hi, Maestro. She was shorter than the grade 8s. Oh man. Did she have an issue with being tiny, or she didn't really care? Would you like a Steam game? Well, I don't know what game it is. But if you have a game to give away, maybe if you post about it on Twitter, you can offer it to someone. I don't want to get hit with the ultimate weapon of the slipper tied to the end of the belt. Hello, motherfucker. The ultimate chunkler. I've honestly never heard of a slipper being tied to the end of the belt. It was the belt, the slipper, or the spoon. Them owl parents do be scary. With it. Oh. Yes, owl parents are kind of scary. She didn't care, she was pretty and got all the attention. I mean, fair. Anything? Oh, you're offering? Oh, no, I appreciate that, Maestro, but I'm alright, thank you. How you doing, Oxy? I don't know if I said hello when the alert came through. The wooden spoon? Oh man, my mom broke so many of her wooden spoons. I wasn't a bad child or anything. Oh, I'm fighting again? Imagine paying attention to the game you're playing. Whoa, Yoda! Thank you for the onigiri. Thank you, Maestro Wolf. I appreciate it. Just sending out Medicham. This should be fun. You're okay, rested, and somewhat content. That's good. It's almost the weekend. Oh wait, did I say swap out? No, I'll stay with this boy. He should be fine. My dad didn't know you could cook with a wooden spoon until he was 30. No, 45. The wooden spoon is made for beating naughty kids, apparently. Yee, Pokemon. You giving your favorite streamers any game? That's really nice, Maestro. I would say if you want to, maybe do like a giveaway on Twitter. You could give away like a gift card for Steam or something. Your prospective lover? Gamex is here. Who's Gamex? Just the belt, no slipper attached to it. Indeedy, I think we can... Oh no, fuck, I wanted to say keep. Because I think my boy will be fine. You know speak English well. That's fine. Nice beam. Hell yeah. That could be quite nice. Who attached a slipper to a belt? The slipper is like a half-assed attempt at trying to smack you. The belt and spoon was where it's at. The only problem is the belt never broke, but the spoon did. So if your butt broke the spoon, your parents will be mad. So belt was the safe bet. The most dangerous weapon that I've ever heard of in myths. Tied to one end of the belt and the wooden spoon tied to the other end. What the heck? Wooden rolling pin. Ow. No thank you. That doesn't sound like any kind of fun. No amusement to be gained in that situation. At least when you broke the spoon, you got to laugh at your parents. You had the classic hand. Oof. But you see, the problem with using your hand is that your hand hurts as well. That counts as a war crime. Oh, man. Stage 4? Wait, really? Did they just announce it? Oh my god. Sorry, guys. I just need to check my schedule. The fuck? Well, I'm not affected for the rest of the day, at least. As in, I was gonna have the same load shedding either way, but like, ugh. The fuck was that sound? What sound? Did I make a sound? Not surprised. Yeah, because it's raining again, so what, the coal is wet? I snorted? Yeah, listen, Oxy, I make a lot of weird noises. Apologies. I make a lot of weird noises. And I don't know that I'm making them half the time either. Until someone's like, did you just make this noise? And I'm like, what? Did I? What's our load shedding schedule? I don't have my phone on me. They gotta stay off the... Oh, where? They gotta start off the strong if they want to beat last year's record. Tiff, don't be like that. Come on, man. Why you gotta say that? Why you gotta curse us? It is the first week of January, please, Tiff. Don't be like that. Yeah, I'm also off at 4. Nymphu's playing. You and Cupcake have the same schedule. I'm also off at 4, guys. So... yeah. Where's your ara ara? It's where you left it, Oxy. Go find it. Go look for the ara ara. It's not here. Your parents beat you if you just breathe the wrong way. You live kilometers apart. You know, I actually found out that one of my friends literally lives up the road from me. I could walk to her, but I'm not gonna. But I could if I wanted to. You've lost all hope. You just want solar now? Fair enough. I think it's the move. Especially for, like, remote workers. The only problem is, like... I don't know, that stuff's expensive, and unless you own your house, I don't know how worth it is to get it. Your load shedding is at 7. Hooded? I will beat you, sir. Load shedding? What is that? Ah! You people! Stop! You're off at 6 p.m.? Wait, 20 to 30? And you guys are still on the same schedule? That's crazy. We own it? Ah! Okay, that's nice, Tiff. Yeah, definitely. If you can afford it, I would say definitely do it. For remote, if you do any kind of remote work. So, that would be good. You don't get load shedding, Oxy? What the heck? At all? That's mad shit. I say city very liberally. I see. Your parents made you study to be a doctor when you were still in the womb. Is it what you're studying now, Owl? Is it something you're interested in? I work on sets, but when I'm not on set, I'm at home. Meg works from home, so it's something we want to look at this year. Apparently some companies let you pay it off. Ooh! That's very nice, actually. Just make sure... I've seen a lot of people getting scammed by stuff like that. So just make sure the company you're going through is legit. Because I've seen a lot of, like, scams. It's very unfortunate because people take advantage, you know. We're just trying to get electricity and they're just trying to steal people's money. She's very interesting looking. The country I live in, for some reason, decided keeping the electricity on is a good idea. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine having electricity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Strange, very strange. Mathematical engineering? Oh, that sounds tough. What you mean? What you mean, Oxy? I'm tired of this lady already, to be fair. She's telling this to a cosplayer. You can use makeup to change your appearance. No ways. You have power 24/7, 365. We do not live in the same place. What the fuck is this dress? Ooh, I haven't seen one of these yet. That's the new giraffe rig. Goodbye. It's very cute though. I want one. Just to stick in my box and forget about though, to be fair. But you know. Gardevoir, I can keep. Have I seen a Gardevoir? Oh, I did. I fought someone with one. Oh, wait. Designer butterflies, tulip. Yes! Simply butterflies. Don't come and rob me. I have a life size. You have a life size Eevee plushie? Oh my goodness. By life size, do you mean like the size an Eevee would be IRL or? Because I have a... what I assume would be a life-size Bulbasaur plushie. And I love it. Sometimes I have it in my bed. And then Ray gets into bed and he's like, can you move this thing? Because it's fucking huge. Ah, what is this one? That's the plant, right? So I can use the bug move. Oh no, wait, it's gonna switch to... it's gonna switch its type, right? Because this is the last Pokemon. Oh no, wait. Yeah, I'm not gonna terrestrialize because this thing's gonna switch its typing. There we go. Ah, here is my girlfriend and her 7-foot Bulbasaur plushie. Okay, I don't think Bulbasaurs are 7 feet long, but like, imagine if they were. Why did Windtrace just remove me from the game? I got disconnected from a game as well, and I don't know why. Because I was literally just sitting somewhere, and I got disconnected, and I was like, okay. Bam, ba da 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 da. I love the fucking battle music. I whip their asses so fast we don't get to hear the music for long enough. You were chilling on a roof and you got disconnected? Ride it into battle? Oh my god. I don't know if I would ride a cabbage into battle, to be fair. I don't think it's very comfortable to sit on one. You need to get that Snorlax beanbag. Oh, Yoda, please. Even me, sir. I need it. You having a giant Bulba plushie doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's not giant. It's like a normal-sized Bulbasaur. But like, not only my sub icons, but also my bit icons are Bulbasaurs. So, if you don't know that about me, I love Bulbasaur. I also love Eevee. And all the Eevees. Hey, Trinium! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Hello, hello. You have a Gabumon? Oh, I love Gabumon. Gabumon's best boy. Thank you for the shout out, Yoda. Sheesh! What were you up to today? Oh, you were playing Ragnarok? How are you finding it? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Thank you all so much for coming through with Trinium. I hope you enjoyed his stream. If there was something that happened today that you really liked or you thought was funny, you can share with us. But welcome, Jolie Mo, Trinium, of course, Little Siri, hello, hello, Ebs, and Science Gaze. I love that name. I hope you guys had a lovely time. All your sub badges are Gabu Evos and your emotes are all Gabu... Oh, Digimon! Oh, man, I love that. I love that trend. That's really cool. You've been missing it? I know I was watching you the other day, but I can't remember. I think it was yesterday. I can't remember now what you were playing. I was just lurking. Apologies. I'm very bad at doing that. You had some cool story lore drops. Oh, shit! Genshin and League? Oh, it was League! I was watching you play League because when I opened stream, I was like, oh, he plays League? Question mark? People play League? No, I'm joking. I always feel terrible that I look because I'm always like normally too tired to chat, but I also want people to know that I'm there. But then I don't want people to shout me out, so I just stay quiet. And then I'm like, they think I never watch their streams. Imagine playing League. Says Puggy, who plays it all the time. Oh, gosh. But yeah, that's really cool. I like, I get that same hit as well from Genshin. You know, when there's new story out, I'm just like, yes! Give me the story! Let's go! I'm all about that shit, man. All of your DG emotes? Oh! Ma'am! I love that first one. Star! Oh my heart. That's cute as hell, man. Oh, there's another Gabumon! I love Gabumon. He's the best boy. Best baby. I don't know some of them, I'll be honest with you, because like I didn't watch Digimon growing up. It just wasn't on the like free TV channels in South Africa when I was a kid. I don't know if we did the other shout out for trends, so just gonna do that quick. If you guys look at the top there and the heart is not green, make it green. Please and thank you. Trend does play, well, we know God of War, but also League of Legends, fan of Digimon, and also plays Genshin Impact. Most of the time when I watch Trend streams, he is in fact playing Genshin Impact, and he plays with Ebbs, who has also come through on the raid. Thank you for the follow, Jolie. Thank you. Welcome to the posse. Enjoy your stay. Best boy Elekmon. Which one is Elekmon? Which is the one that turns into the walrus? The crying one. Well, out of your emotes. And then there's us who have empty heads and no words. Yeah. My brain empty. The red one? I don't know if I know that one. I'm not sure. There's one that looks like a giant crab. I don't know that one. And an angry wolfy boy. Anyway. Gomamon! Gomamon is the walrus one, right? Leomon? Oh. Semi-lurking? No worries, Ebbs. No worries. That's me. That's me all the time. Partners in crime? Hell yeah. You said make it green. Green it is. Jolie, I meant... I meant the one for Tren. I meant make the heart green for Trenium. But thank you. I appreciate that you made it green for me as well. Yeah, so I never really watched Digimon growing up. But I watched it when I was older, and I actually did a Gabumon cosplay when I was like fetus age. Wait, let's see if I can find a picture for you guys. This is well and truly a very old cosplay of mine. Puggy was there. In fact, Puggy cosplayed with me. We had a massive group. But you guys are gonna have to bear in mind that this was basically a lifetime ago. Very, very long time ago. I was small. I was very young. I think I was in university. You want to make a Gabumon themed hoodie? Oh, hell yeah. Your cat likes rice cakes? That is kind of weird. The red one is Elekmon. The crying one is Gomamon. The mad wolfy one is Gazimon. The one with the sun is Volcamon. And the crab is Crabmon. Okay, I love Crabmon now. Okay, let me see. Where... I have a folder somewhere. There it is. We got... I can show you a couple pictures. Guys, this was literally, like, I want to say almost in the beginning of my cosplay journey. This was in 2014. And we all start somewhere, right? How do I... God, this picture. This group, these pictures are so terrible. They're so blurry. But I want to show you guys. My God, it's actually like crazy. Why these pictures? You could view them on a potato, on a potato phone, and they'd be okay. But like, oh my God. Okay, let me show you guys. Where's my browser? Which browsers are gonna share this one? And then we go like this one. Cha-chang! There we go. You were 16? You were a baby? My goodness. Anyway, so we were doing a dance, right? And that's what this, like, it was like a screen, not a screen cap, but like, we were busy dancing. We were doing, what fucking dance was this? We got the whole group to dance together. There was a picture somewhere. There we go. Look how blurry this is, guys. Look how blurry. Why is it so blurry? This picture taken 1 billion years ago. So blurry, man. Anyway. Caramel dancing, thank you. Yes, we were doing caramel dancing. So you can see there's me, Gabumon, there's the flower one, there's the cat one, the bird is behind here. What was it, Biamon or something? There's the walrus one, the bug one behind here, I think. What else is there? I don't know, I can't really see. So this is Puggy over here. Oh wait, my mouse is not showing. This one here. I don't remember their names. This one here is Puggy, and then this one here is Puggy's sister. This is one of my friends, Sushi Bunny. This is Lauren Chuan. She's in Japan teaching at the moment. Oh, her and Puggy actually. They're both in Japan teaching. This is Soli. I don't remember some of the other people. This was a long time ago. But yeah, so there's the face on the hood. I had to color in this white fur to make all of his stripes and stuff. And the eye was made out of felt. These two cuties in the background ended up getting married. Yeah, so this was felt. And then, yeah, there's the back because he had all them stripes. He had I have the little tail as well. And then, yeah, so there's the other paw. And then the other one, as you saw there in the first one, my arms went into the sleeves, and then the other one just hung off the back. Very hard to dance in, turns out. It's very hard to dance in, but we did it anyway. So yeah, that was my Gabumon cosplay. I didn't watch Gabumon until I got asked to join this group, and then I was like, oh, okay. The video is still online somewhere. Puggy, shh. Silence. Don't say such things. People might go looking. But yes, I did watch it in recent years, and I was like, holy shit. Also, do you remember... We did that one group at... Was it Geek Fest? There was a dance of us doing it was also another... It was a Vocaloid dance at Geek Fest. We did a giant Vocaloid group. Of course I did Gumi! Who else would I do? Do you remember what dance that was? So the outfit was Unhappy Refrain, but I don't think it was the dance for Unhappy Refrain. Because the outfits were all the black and white. But I can't remember. I just remember it being a bit of a clusterfuck. That's all I remember. Ew. She's one of those girlies. She's like, you can only upload a perfect picture of me. You gonna do some digging? Oh no. Whoa! Rika! They're cute. The gyms aren't giving you much trouble, are they? They really aren't. Ah! And this little baby? You two haven't met, have you? Oh my god, please tell me she's one of the Elite Four. She's good with Pokemon. Even La Primera has taken an interest in her. Oh wow! Oh, I think the Pokemon on Team Poppy are really strong too. Like really strong? Which one of you is stronger? Oh my goodness. I'm one of the Elite Four, so I'm more amazing. Oh my god, she is Elite Four. You have an unfinished Digimon game to play? Oh shit. Aren't you just adorable? She is. I love Poppy. This tiny little one is indeed one of the Elite Four. Oh my god. I hope I get to show you my Pokemon soon, miss. So hurry up and come to the Pokemon League. It's where the pinnacle. It's where the pinnacle of Pokemon battling happens. See you there. Can I just put her in my pocket? That was so cute. Oh my heart. Oh my days. I don't think I've ever played a Digimon game. Now that I think about it. Cool. So, Puppy reminded me of you. Because I'm small. Okay, I need to go now. Sorry to raid and run. No worries, Tren. Of course, please. Go take care of yourself. Go drink some water, go stretch your legs, have a snack. Go do your things, Tren, and thank you again so much for the raid. Take care of yourself. Okay, so I'm gonna fly to this one and then see if I can make my way here. Because otherwise I'm not too sure how we get here. What would be the most effective route? Oh, probably here. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably this way to be fair. Okay, cool. Well, let's go there anyway. Any and every time. Fantastic. Tiny but mighty like me. Aww. That's cute as fuck. Poppy. No, the puppy that we just saw hooded. What other puppy would there be? I kind of miss Nurse Joy. I know she's supposed to be like a Nurse Joy, but she's not actually Nurse Joy. She's just like a shop clerk. There's a Poppy in League. Oh, no, I love Poppy in League. She used to be creepy as fuck, and then they updated her model, and now she's cute as hell. She's cute as a button. Hey, I almost cosplayed Lulu, though, from League. I still have, in fact, what is her little fairy called? I want to say Puck, but I don't think it's Puck. I still have her little fairy thing. It was the Star Guardian version. Oh, Pix? I have Pix still. He wasn't ever finished, but I like sewed the whole body together and started making the face. I don't think I actually need anything. I don't know why I came to the shop. Lulu has a pet rock, does she? Oh man. Wait, as a Star Guardian, she has a pet rock? You don't know League? The Star Guardian skins are really, really cool. Oh, classic Lulu? She just calls it rock? That's interesting. So here's Lulu. And there's Pix. Very, very cute. But yeah. I made some parts of the cosplay, ended up never finishing it. And then I kind of just gave up on it. There's Pix. So I have the little chibi, the thing. Although he has big floppy ears, not wings. I guess they are kind of wings, but they're his ears, I think. Like this. Big floppy boys. Not there, it needs to be on his head. In any case, this is Pix. And then they brought out Soraka. Not chat's covering it, but anyway, they brought out Soraka afterwards, and Soraka's my boo-boo. I love Soraka. There's so many Star Guardian skins now. I do know about that. They added him as a joke, didn't they? Because people were memeing about it for years. But yeah, there are so many skins now. I still really want to do Soraka. She's so pretty. And the green hair, to die for. Damn. That's fan art, but that's crazy. Nico's very cute as well. I don't see her here. Oh, and the pajama ones as well? Oh my gosh. I wish it wasn't so hot in South Africa, because I would absolutely do the pajama Soraka, but that would I would melt. I would just become a puddle. Where's Nico? I don't see her. You have Pajama Guardian Lulu? Ah, it's so cute. But yes, not suitable for people living in warm countries. To wear, at least. Oh, there she is. Nico. Very cute. There she is. Itty bitty baby. Very cute. She's a chameleon, right? Look at the little lion. Adorable. Anyway. Let us go back. We're busy. Whoops. We're busy playing Pokemons. You spend far too much money on LOL skins. Yeah. I mean, if it's a game that you play a lot and it's something that you enjoy, I think it's okay. People are made to feel bad about enjoying things. Did I go the wrong way? No, I went the right way. Okay. Cool. I might as well do some catching while I'm here, right? Eh? Why aren't you throwing the ball, bro? It's right there. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I have one of these little guys. Cup 2. I guess not. So your reason that game is still alive? Oh my goodness. You spent a lot when you used to play as well? I don't think I ever really bought skins in League. Admittedly, I didn't play that much, but... Knock off? I have every Nico skin, every Kindred skin. I don't even play them. You're just a collector? I mean, fair. If you just like how it looks, then why not? What is this one? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Don't know... We're gonna skip it for now. I'm not too sure. That U-turn is quite useful. Oh shit, wait, I think I'm on the wrong box. I need to go move that. This little booger bear. One of my favorite new Pokemon is Sotodle. Oh, it's so cute, man. Fuck. Yeah, we are on the wrong box. Box 4, this is Ray's box. So these are either Pokemon that I need to trade to him, or it's stuff that he's traded to me. Or I've just accidentally put in that box, which is very often the case. Oh wait, this is the right box. There's the Flareon that I caught. I'm working towards making a living dex, so for the moment I'm just catching things. Whatever I come across. Nope. What the heck? Oh, man, I'm so terrible at sneaking up on Pokemon. Nice. That was a new Pokemon, right? Yes. Okay, we're good. I just realized afterwards, I was like, wait a second. Have I caught this Mofoka before? Boink. What was that noise? What's under the tree? Is it a cubchoo? I think it was a cubchoo sleeping. Thank you, Mal. I love that redeem. It was a new one that was added to VTuber kit. Those are the poppers. I think I already have one. There are 3 now. Yeah, they're just gonna keep accumulating. You're almost halfway to join the posse. Oh, shit! Very nice. Ooh! Was that a crit? It was! Oh, there's a daily bird! Get in the box. Because I lurk in every stream and wait and watch. That doesn't sound creepy at all, Mao. That sounds like completely normal Twitch viewer behavior. I'm pretty sure I have one of these already. I think I actually got one of these and named it Drew, now that I think about it. It's a little candle pupper. Gotta get to that 69k. You're still at 11. If only brain wasn't so expensive. What does that mean? Brain? So I can't remember which box I put the named stuff in, but... Oh, Brian! Bro, my brain was not working there. Where did I put the named ones? Oh, there we go. So, Yaku, Odite, Banana, Bubble. There's Drew! And I think this is just filled with, like, random stuff as well. And then I have Noah on my team at the moment. I did not know that's what Delibird's back of their head looked like, but cool, very interesting. Also, I don't think Brian is that expensive, to be fair. I think he's just expensive enough to not get spammed by a bunch of bumbos. I also actually hold on, I need to write something on my Discord quicks. Cool. Oh, you were just memeing? Okay, no, that's fine. I wasn't sure if you really felt that way, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry you feel that way. Okay. Nice. Catching all the things. Whoops. The one thing I hate about the shiny Pokemon hunt is that, like, I don't know all of the colors for the shinies, and I'm just like, how many shinies have I walked past and just had no idea because I couldn't tell. There's a fucking flamingo in the snow. This makes zero sense. Both of bro's legs would be frozen off. Like, if anyone sneezed near it, its legs would snap off, which is a really horrible thought to have. And this guy? Oh, there's a shiny over there. This is why I can't get anything done. All I see are shinies everywhere. I have no idea what kind of Pokemon this guy would have, but let's go bop him and see. I guess. Cool! It makes sense that a courier would have a Delibird. Oh shit, he hurt his ankle. Rip. There's the Citados. Oh man, they're so cute. I fucking love them. They're so goofy looking. But like goofy in a cute way, if that makes sense. Hi, little baby. Oof, that wind is something else. Snowball. Whoa, there's a Bronzong. Bunk! Yeah, boy! Let's go! Hi, Jolly! How are you doing? Happy New Year! Where? Why are you standing under my foot, bro? That's how you die. Goodbye. Look at those babies under the tree. They're just watching me. Snowrunt? I already have one. Snowball. There's Cubchoo's. There's a Sneasel. Snazel. Bunk. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's a Soulsback. Wishing all the best ahead for everyone. Yes! In case you didn't take care of yourself last year, in case you didn't put yourself first, that is the mission, that is the goal for this year. Well, do what makes you happy and healthy. Come on, guy, I don't actually want to fight you. I'm lazy. Ooh. Do they have like a low catch rate or something? This one's just being sassy. It looks very sassy. Weed cats. So Meowscarada is the last one. Mine's just named Catnip, obviously. Oh no, wrong button. Yeah, Sprigatito, Floragato, and Meowscarada. I love them. This one's grown on me. Looks like it belongs in Persona. But I also really like this one. It's just a kid with a yo-yo. It's Sprigatooey is what I called it when it was still a baby. Magician Pokemon. Hi, babies. You good? Do I have one of y'all? I know I don't have the souls back. Oop. Oh wait, I can check my Pokédex. My Pokédex will have it. You're doing great with the Japanese, by the way. You can even take it to the next level to really challenge yourself. Hooded, no. You gotta take it slow. Gotta take it easy, man. I'll keep working on the level 5. It's just like, because I never tried to learn the kanji before, I'm still like quite new to it. Oh, there it is. Oh, I haven't caught one. Oh, I don't have the winter form? Perfect. No, wrong one! Sorry, guy. Let's pretend I didn't do that. Oh no, that was the wrong ball. Oh goddammit, why am I like this? Hi, Johnny.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Was that a crit catch? I wasn't paying attention. How's it going, friend? What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. No worries, no worries. I hope you have an awesome day. Whoa! Did this guy run into me? You want to come home with me also, bud? That is perfect, actually, because I wanted to grab you anyway. Stay in the ball. Please and thank you. Yeah. That's my first Soul's back. I haven't seen any of the other ones yet, I don't think. Perfect, perfect, perfect. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Oxy. I hope you also have an awesome day. Enjoy your lurkies. Nice. So the shiny dealing has got a pink flower in its hair, which is adorable. You'd think I'd know the shiny forms of some of these Pokemon from playing a lot of Pokemon Go, but I honestly don't remember.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, daddy. That's a pupper. I hope you're having a good day. Happy New Year. I don't know if I wished you before. Oh my god, did you see how they walk? The dealing. Look at this little one at the front. He's so small. They're so fancy little feeties. So cute. I've got 3 gym badges. Yeah, what of them, bro? He looks like a gym bro. But I failed the interview at the Pokemon League. Can't imagine why, bud. What? He's got the most intense stare I've seen in my life. Oh, because he's a fighting type? Hmm. This is not going to do much damage. However, it will let me swap out Oh, okay. It's not very effective, but it did a fair amount of damage, so that's interesting. I don't know what kind of moves this guy's gonna use. I want to say it's gonna use the... But I don't know how the steel is gonna work. I don't know how this typing works when it's double typing. I might just go with the classic. The tanky boy, the tonky boy. My squishy. Ah, it went for a fighting move. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Hooded. You also have a good day. I'm making you wanna play? You wanna play Pokemons? I'm doing good though, Daddy. How are you? Did he just call me a little kid? Yeah, good. I whipped your ass. Stupid man. Behind this little kid is in fact a 30-year-old woman. So fuck you. What the fuck are those? Is that a Pokemon's? What the fuck? Is this a new one? I'm so confused. So many lurkers, stay cozy and drink water. Exactly. Cryogonal? Okay. Is it crying? To be fair, I think Pokemon's one of those games that's got like good background noise. Ow! What the fuck? Fuck this guy. I'm gonna make you cry. Organol. Oh, it's such a special snowflake. You can't stay in the bowl. Oh! Unbelievable. Whoop! I wasn't intending really to do any damage to it. But you know, here we are. This thing I'm guessing is ice type. I don't know if it has multiple types. He's not very tanky. I don't know how she'll handle it, but... Oh, my back! There we go. Nice. Stay in the bowl, please. Ah. Ancient power? Bro, please give me peace. Just get in the bowl. Hi, Dreamy! How are you? Nice, nice, nice. And Happy New Year. Does this thing have an evolve? No. Cool. I never want to see it again. It can fuck off. Whoa, look at all these Sitoodles. Sit toddling around. No, babies. I love them. Look at their little goofy faces. Hi, babies. Hi, babies. Oh man, that's so cute. Let's see. Whoa. All that for a great ball. I'm so glad. I think their underside is a different color when they're shiny. But I can't remember. It's like piss yellow or something. Don't eat the yellow snow, basically. I just wanted to heal up those boys. Ah, the snowstorm stopped. Nice. Now I can see where the fuck I'm going. Oh, we're here. Shit. Okay, nice. Good job, me. I love that snowball is a special item, almost as if you weren't in a... Yeah, I picked up so many of them as well. The game's like, yeah, you picked up a snowball. And I'm like, yeah? It has to be a shiny little light on the ground for it to count as a snowball, though. I wonder if there's any more gimme ghouls around here. No, just random barrels. I'm so glad. Oh, I could have just healed them here. Cool. I'm so glad. I don't know if you need to unlock it in some way or if it just unlocks when you get to the area. Oh, there's a snowman here. Snowscape. Ah, he doesn't have a face though. Kind of weird. This place is like empty, like proper empty. Ice heal. How nice of them to give it to us here. Did I go the wrong way to get to this place? Ah, look at the babies. They're everywhere. I love them. Kind of looks like the same kind of Pokemon though, so... But there's definitely people that way. You gonna take a nap? You're gonna keep stream on and fall asleep? Oh, nice! Enjoy, enjoy. I hope I don't scream and wake you up. No, I'll try not to. But yes, sweet dreams. I hope you feel rested. Oh, there's boys up there. I want the boys. I wonder if I can get up there. I did it! I don't know if I have... Lol. Oh, them cozy emotes. Ah, there's a peep now! Thanks for the lurkies, Dreamy! Alright, so I have caught a Magnemite before. So we can just run. But I need that big boy up there. What the fuck? Why did its eyes look square? That was so strange. No! Nice. That's exactly what I wanted you to do. You fool. Uh-oh. That was mean. How could you? Whoa. Instantly. Oof. Ah, this bro. Come on, man. I don't actually want to fight you. I just want to throw balls and hope you stay in it. No! Owie. Please stay in the bowl. Dude. Might start hitting it. I just know this Pokemon hits hard. Don't kill it! Whoa! That's close, man! Shit. You better stay in the ball this time. Bruh. Unbelievable, actually. I can't believe he's done this. Ooh. Whoa, the heartache this one gave me, my goodness. Oh, I need to sneeze. Okay. We caught the boy. Oi. Nice. Seems like a very dangerous place to be, but you know. There wasn't anyone else up here, right? Yeah. Just want to go heal up because my other Pokemon took a bit of a beating. I actually have no idea what to expect for this gym. I mean, it's ice type, right? Outside of that, I mean, I have no idea. And what am I doing after this? There's probably another Titan I need to do after this. Oh no, it's one of the like big bads, I guess. The kids I've been wailing on. Which one is that? Because I've done the dark one, the poison one, the fire one? Question mark? Wait, did I even heal my Pokemon? No, I didn't. Oh wait, this is the last gym as well. I forgot about that. Meowscarada and the rest of your team should be all better now. Okay, so... trying to think what I would take. I think... I mean, I'm definitely gonna... Oops. I'm definitely gonna have this guy. Because of the fire. But he's also got a little bit of a Healy spell in there as well, so I think that could work really well. And... I don't know how good he would be. He's an ice type, but he's also a dragon. So probably not advisable. Yeah, we'll make like so. I also realized I only have one girly on my team. And it's this one. I actually wonder, do I have any items that these other Pokemon can use? I haven't looked in a while. Where would they be? On this tab? The next one? No? Metal coats. Ooh, I can actually give this to... Yeah, Noah. Noah would use that. Mm-hmm. Those are all for evolving. Oh shit, lucky egg. I didn't know I had one. I don't have a rock type. This increases grass. Oh wait, I have a miracle seed already. Ooh, never melt ice? Hello? No. I want to give. Doesn't look like I have anything for ghost or fire by the looks of it. I guess I could give him just some random thing. There was like leftovers, or there's the shell bell. Yeah, I might as well. It won't hurt. Sweet! Now everyone's got a thing. Hopefully at some point I do actually get something for him to use. Actually, I might as well save, because I've made a fair bit of progress. Man, I can't believe they put us back on stage for a bunch of dingalings. Oh, Nimona, give me peace, girl. I'm 0% worried about you. I know you got this. She's got issues, man. For reals, he's not the play. Whoa! Okay. I guess she's just really supportive. She's in your corner. No doubt. She's just a little bit too much for me. Nice mustachio, dude. Can you sing me the Backstreet Boys chorus line? No, I can't, Daddy. I cannot sing. I'm almost sure we've had this discussion before. I say almost sure because, you know, I'm very forgetful. Oh, this is for the battle? But where go? Surely not this way. Why is that thing ascending into the fucking sky, bro? Do you mind? But yeah, regardless of what song it is, I cannot sing either way, so... Ride a Pokemon all the way down. I wasn't looking at the screen, and when you read Daddy's message, I thought you were reading in-game dialogue. I was like, excuse me? Backstreet Boys? Yeah, definitely. In Pokemon? Why not? Oh my gosh, he's just sliding down. This feels so weird. Oh my goodness. It just feels like I'm constantly stopping him. No! What the fuck? Oh my god. Because I'm like trying to turn him, but if I don't, then he just fucking goes. I was like, that's a strange request for an NPC to have. Yeah. It's a little bit like out of character. Hi, Crossing Point. How's it going? That was a very strange gym test, I'm not gonna lie. The rain is nuts today? It is! It's fucking weird, man. You done with work? Nice! So Ray is gay for Kazuha and this gym leader. Only. I wish I was done with work. The current document is a fucking mess. Oh, oh baby! Hello! Oh. No! Oh my god, the scarf! Used to be pro, actually. I fucking love his scarf though. Oh my god, that's adorable. Are you managing to get work done while watching Mal? You haven't done this, Jim? Quick, close, Daddy, close. No spoilers. Don't look. Avert your gaze. Keep it on in the background and listen. Alrighties. You been grinding IVs? Oh man, I'm lazy. I was watching Ray do some grinding the other day, but I just can't be bothered. Oh, levels! I was like, aren't those EVs that you grind, not IVs? But I wasn't gonna question it. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I haven't seen one of these yet. Mostly because I've been a lazy bum and I haven't picked up the snom from that kid. You'd need a nice perfect ditto. Yeah. I know that there's a code that you can use to get a foreign ditto. I just can't remember what it is now. But if you search for, what is his name? I think is it John Austin or something? He has a code that he's like not distributed but like told people about to use. Oh, you know what it is. Never mind. Austin John, thank you. John Austin. Thanks, Daddy. The knowledge is there. The knowledge may be mixed up, but it's in the brain somewhere. And I knew it was a combo of 4s and 8s, and I just couldn't remember where they went, but thank you. Hi, back. Have you eaten today, Yoda? This one might be tough. Whoa. That's a big old boy. Uh-oh. Ugh. Shit. I need to take this guy out before I die. No! Fuck! Have I? Yeah, I had a bowl of pretzels. And I had... I had a smoothie this morning and I've had 2 cups of coffee. I was not expecting my boy to die, so that kind of sucks. But anyway. Smack him, chubby! Fuck all of his shit up. Yeah, boy. Get him! Little chubster. Yeah! I love that little, like, wiggle he does when he defeats something. He looks so excited. He looks so chuffed with himself. How do we have a similar team? We do? Sit Titan. Oh my god, it's huge! Smack him! Get him! Yeah, boy! Okay, let's hope he wastes time with something. Uh-oh. I don't know that attack. Ooh. Hi, hero! Pokemon was slapped 4 times. That noise is so drama. Altaria? No. I can use Altaria. How you doing, hero? That friend you raided the other day was quite cool. Woof. You just got home from work? I hope you had a good day. Man, this gym leader is the cutest out of all of them so far. Okay, Altaria kind of looks dope with the silly hat. Not all of the Pokemon do, but Altaria does look very cool. Da 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 da. Uh-oh. Moonblast! Bitch! I know you ain't. I know you ain't trying to hit my chubby. Get bitch slap. Gusha, he's cool. Oh my god, Yoda, I can't believe you said that. He's cool. He is pretty cool. Yeah, get him, chubby. Also, Yoda, what is your team? You said our teams are similar. What have you got? Agility. I probably won't use it, but let's have a look anyway. It's a psychic move. Boost speed. What do you think, Chubby? No! I almost pressed the wrong button there. Wants to forget Nuzzle? Nah, son. I mean, Nuzzle's maybe not that great, but I wouldn't use agility, that's the only problem. I don't use, yeah, I basically use arm thrust and spark only. I'm very bad with using other attacks. That's fine. We'll skip it for now. Your cat likes to sleep like he's dead, so I have to wake him up every hour or so to check if he is in fact on his side, on the side of the afterlife. If you watch their chest, or if you put your hand in front of their nose, you can see them breathing, or you can feel the breath. I have to check my dog all the time, because he's old as fuck. And sometimes he just doesn't move for a while. Oh!
Thank you for the onigiri.
Yeah, I have to just, like, keep an eye on him and make sure that he's still breathing. He's not old or sick. Nothing like that. He's just an ass. I mean, fair. Tinkaton, Ceruledge, Clodsire, Baxcalibur, Pommel, and Iron Treads, which are replaced with Scovalian? Scovalian? Yes! That's so uncool. Come on, man. Please. Selfie. That's such an uncool selfie. For a guy who didn't want to take a selfie because they're uncool. Oh, the chili pepper. So wait, you didn't use one of your, you didn't use your starter? So you used chili pepper instead? Also, Hero, I'm not sure what you wrote. It's a turtle! I fucking love those Pokemon, man. Man, the chili pepper little Pokemon is very spicy, like the small version. Oh no. Did they call me Ceruledge? Because of my Pokemon? The other is Rice Ball. It's definitely the Rice Ball. Fuecoco kept dying because all the mons had bites, so I needed a faster fire ghost type. Ah, I see. So you're using Ceruledge and Scovillain? It's a pun. I see. Oh man, I haven't watched One Piece in so long. I really want to get back into it. That picture was not as impressive as I think they meant for it to be, but you know. Oh, you found the dolphin? That thing is strong. It is, it is. Are you gonna swap it out? I don't know if my team is currently final. But most of these Pokemon I've had, like, from the beginning. And I tried not to look at, like... I tried to just pick Pokemon that I wanted. The only one that I took on a recommendation was this one, which Ray gave to me. There we go, original trainer, kick ass. Hi, Layla! How are you? So I really like I really like him. He's a little bit squishy, but I do like him. And then yeah, the rest of my team. I love them. You not finished the game yet? No! I haven't played since like last year, so... Is that a Violet exclusive? This one? So this is the Violet one, and then there's a red one for Scarlet. You just have cute Pokemon in your party? I mean, that's also fine. I think the Pokemon I have are generally quite cute. He's maybe not cute. This one is cute as hell. This one is cute as hell. This one is cute as hell. She'll fuck your shit up though with her giant hammer. This one ends up looking like a lighter, like that other Pokemon. Oh my god, did you just make the last year pun? No, like really, the last time I played this was a long time ago. I'm not even exaggerating. Because I went away for a holiday. And then I just haven't played it since I got back from the holiday. So it was like, what, 2-3 weeks ago? So... Oh, this thing? I don't know. I got this one from Ray, who's playing Scarlet. Is that a shiny? No. He's not shiny. You want him? You want this one? Ray named him Spinosaurus because he reminded him of a Spino, even though it's based on a different dinosaur. You did not just call the disgusting mudfish thing cute? Are you joking? You don't think Clodsire is cute? He reminds me of like a chocolate eclair. Or is it just eclair? I can't remember. He's adorable. What are you talking about, Puggy? Clodsire is freaking cute. I love him. It's not a shiny Yoda. What do you mean? It would show if it was a shiny. I don't know where it would show, but it would show somewhere that it's a shiny. He looks like something else that's not so say-so. Oh, daddy. I don't know if I want to know. That's not a shiny. I don't know where it shows, but it would show somewhere that it's shiny. It's not shiny. I don't know what to tell you, man. What's wrong, Yoda? Is yours shiny? Maybe you just don't know. Yours is shiny. Yours looks weird. Mine is the normal one. The only time you know it's shiny is if you send it into battle and it sparkles. Yeah, I don't actually know the new Pokemon. Yeah, go check. Because mine is the normal one. Puggy, it's like a big pillow. It's a big squishy boy. I love Clodsire. He looks so huggable. You know, Tinkaton is actually holding its hammer correctly. If it held it the other way around, it would just be off balance. Whoa, thank you, hero. I mean, I'm gonna take your word for it. What do I know? But it's just funny when you actually like Oh wait. When you bring it out. Because the hammer's so fucking large. It's huge! When you take it into battle and it literally sits like this. It covers like most of the screen with the hammer. Yours is not shiny? Is it a different color? Thank you for the confettis! Clodsire has the best derpy face that isn't Ditto. It does have a very derpy face. It's very cute. I love everything about Clodsire. He's just a happy little guy. Living his best life. How many can we stack? I don't know. I don't know how far we got earlier. We got quite a few, but then I had to restart the app because it wasn't tracking properly. Do I have these boys? I think I do. I don't know about the Haunter. Let me just do a quick check. Hi, Haunter. Cute Dino becomes Godzilla. It reminds me of that other... There's like a steel... I do have a Haunter. Goodbye. Look, there's the fucking huge hammer. Actually cannot take that thing seriously at all.
Is that a snom? An itty bitty snom? It's so small, baby.
Ah. Anyway, so the Pokemon I was talking about before. It literally looks like you know those lighters that people use for like their fireplaces and stuff, those fuck off huge things? Yeah. There's a Pokemon and I can't remember which generation it is, but was it the last gen? Where it literally turns into a fucking skyscraper? That Pokemon. You guys know what I'm talking about? It reminds me so much of that one.
Welcome back, Dreamy.
Okay, so I wanna put him back. Oops. Oh man, I keep forgetting that. Oh, is this one of the Dragon Trainer people? Yeah. She's wearing the same outfit. There's no shortage of strong trainers in these parts. Is she also a Dragon Trainer, or is it just an outfit? Yeah. Oh, Dragon Tamer. She looks fucking cool. Not as cool as the last lady I found, though. I'm jealous. I should have left the other Pokemon in. Fuck. Duraludon! Thank you, Yoda. Yes, Duraludon looks like a fucking lighter. Yeah, you raise your speed. I'm just gonna bop you. You love it? That's such a weird Pokemon. Bonk! The animation for that is great. Look at this fucking huge hammer. Like, I literally can't enjoy the battle. Because this hammer is just insane. She's so cute. I love her. Anyway. I haven't really explored any of this area. So I don't know if there's any other... That's a pupper. Wow! Oh, there's a Frostlass. What is that? Snom. What's cracking, Gully? Oh, damn it. I was like, what if I sneak right in front of it? Will it still see me? Oh, she's a big girl. I need to go back and play like some of the previous gen stuff. Like I started playing the Let's Go Pikachu's. And what else was there? Sword and Shield. Ray's got a bunch of games that I can play. I saw a poll in Japan for the most popular Pokemon from Gen 9. Guess the top 3. I don't know what Gen 9 is. Wait, let me look quick. I need to Google it because I actually don't know. Gen 9 Pokemon. That's this gen. Lol. I lost count what gen we were on after like 4. I can't tell you where we are after that. But thank you. Gosh. Bulbapedia would probably be the best place to look. Can't believe it's been 8 gens. Damn. That's mad shit, yo. There's a lot of strange Pokemon. Let's Go games are not any gen. No, I know. You have them in your party? Wait, really? The top 3? I'm trying to think, like... Do I really have all 3? Okay. That makes it a lot easier then to guess. Well, I know none of the starters really got any love. I want to say Pomoline, Clodsire, and what's this one? Tinkertuff? I don't know the name since I named it Noir in the beginning, but yeah. I would say those 3. Cause they're cute and they're strong like bull. They're amazing. I love them. So what's the answer, Yoda? Tinkerton, Clodsire, and Meowscra. No ways. Thank you for the hit, Pat Yaku. No ways, for realsies. I thought, oh, maybe it was more like in the West that they weren't so popular. Because I know a lot of people were not happy with any of the starters. Like, the Evolines. I mean, to be fair, Sprigatito is very fucking cute. And Meowscarada really grew on me. Like, the moment mine evolved, I was like, oh, I love this baby. It's my baby now. You know? Why did I just hear a little boy? A little Wigglemans? Is he on the sign again? This motherfucker. Oh, guys, I have load shedding at 4. I just need to keep an eye on the time. Wait! Not today, buddy. Hi, Nordic Sparkle! That name is adorable. How are you doing today? That's delivered. Where am I? Where am I going? What's here? Avalug! I'm doing alright. I am, I just defeated my last gym. My next place to go is this one. But, I'm currently just running around in the snow. You can't ride Miraidon? I was literally just on Miraidon. What do you mean? What? Okay, I'm so confused. Yeah, I haven't made too much progress because I went on holiday and I've been playing... I mostly play Genshin Impact. I mostly play Genshin Impact, so like this is kind of... Ooh, a big nugget. This is my like... morning one, so I study Japanese in the morning and then at some point I switch to Pokemon. There's a popper. So yeah, I didn't no life it. I didn't finish it in the first week it came out. I'm just playing it at my own pace and enjoying it. Yeah, I got them boys. When you finish Area Zero story on Monday. Ah, nice, nice. Yeah, I think it's much nicer to just play it at your own pace. So whether that's playing it slowly. Ooh. There's a big old boy. Hello! Do I have one of you? Uh-oh. I don't. How about you get in the bowl when you come home with me? I want to know which Pokemon my team consists of. Yeah, you can share. Maybe you can also tell us why you picked those Pokemon. Because, yeah, you can kind of see my team. My fat head's kind of blocking some of them, but... I, for once, went into this game kind of blind. And, like... I guess the only choice that I made before I started was the starter. But... Yeah, so I've got... Cerulege, who I still haven't named. I haven't picked a name for him yet. I've got... Pomot. He's been with me since the beginning, my little buddy. His name's Chubby, because he's a little chubby. And then I got Squishy, my Clodsire. I've got Meowscarada, aka Catnip. Noir, named after one of my friends, the Tinkaton. She's very cute. And then I got this one from my boyfriend, Spinosaurus, the Octibax. Did you play Legends Arceus? I haven't yet, Yoda, but Ray does have it. Ray has played it, and Ray has said, you should play this on stream. And I'm like, yeah, I will. Eventually. When I get there. So yeah, that's my team. I don't know if it's any good, but I love it, and that's enough for me. And I also love Citadels, because they're fucking adorable. No spoilers, no spoilers, thank you. You avoided spoilers as much as you could. Yeah, it was difficult though, because I browse Twitter and Reddit, that shit just pops up. And not everyone knows how to make spoiler thingies. You know what I'm saying? Words. So like, yeah, I would sometimes see stuff. Yeah, people post leaks and stuff. And that's where a lot of the discontent for the starters, I think, started. They weren't happy with how they looked. Oh, that's where this comes. Oh, I see. Okay. So I could have gone up this way. I'm so bad with the controls, goddamn. Keep showing me Avalugg and Glaceon. I haven't seen a single one. I feel lied to. But it's okay. Flo, the Azumarill, Snap, the Floatzel, Sator, the Luxray, Bluey, the Corviknight. Oh man, I had a Corviknight before, but I ended up swapping it out for Tinkaton instead. Bubbles the Talonflame, that's very cute. And Millie the Meowscarada, I love that. Millie's a cute name. So you have two water Pokemon. Azumarill is also Fairy. Nice. Oh, actually my boyfriend's using Talonflame as well. He seems to really like it. Just as you read my comment, there was an ad. Ah, I'm sorry. I was just reading through the names, and I was saying that I also had a Corviknight. Ooh. I also had a Corviknight, but I ended up swapping out the Corviknight for Tinkaton instead. And I was also saying that my boyfriend uses Talonflame, and he really likes it. He was actually, what is it, Eevee? He was Eevee training his Talonflame, like last week or something. Oh, there's a Grumpig. I don't think I have a Grumpig. Wait, what were those down there? Here? Oh, it's the lions. God, I don't remember what they're called. Litleo's the baby one? I see there's female and male, so I might go down there. Hey, Grumpig! That's me. Without coffee. Swapping Corviknight for its predator? Oh my god, Yoda. Shh! Let's pretend I didn't do that, okay? You heading out, Lila? Have a lovely, lovely day. Take care of yourself. The game broke? Hey? Bro, please give me peace. The buffering emotes. Check capture card. Oh, it did actually go through. Maybe it's the capture card then. That's weird. I've never had to do that before. I'm just gonna unplug for a second. Where is my... Bye! Plug it back in. It didn't even make a beep beep to say, hello, I'm here. That's not good. It happens a lot? Really? Shit. I don't think I've ever had that happen before. That's why I'm not sure. Oh, I don't see it here. Ah, chocolate. Not me breaking things. You brought the bad luck. No, it's okay. I see my VTuber now is also sporkin. Okay. Guys, close your eyes. Don't look at this. Don't look. Avert your gaze. Huh. Why? Oh. Okay. Some weird shit is going on. Because now my VTuber is not detecting my face. Not detecting my mouth. My noise coming from my mouth. What am I saying? Ah! What is going on? Okay, let me just restart it again. Because it did this shit earlier. Purposefully looks. What are you looking for? Also, you got the 3 versions of Lycanroc. So I have the... Don't look, don't look, don't look. Don't look. You guys don't see nothing. Why is she not picking up my face? What the frick frack? What camera is it using? Bro. There we go. Okay, we're good. Why am I so big? There we go. Alright. Legs? No free feet on the internet, okay? You gotta pay for that. That's extra. I'm just gonna give you guys some onigiri because I've had to reset it twice now and it's being a butthole. Where is it? Where is the thing? Is it this one? Hey! There we go. We're good. I owed you guys. I owed you guys. Gaze averted. VTuber still. Hotel Trivago. Alright, that's working. I think maybe this will... Whee! Thank you for the confettis. Sorry, I'm just like... I have 45 minutes left of stream and just everything's like, no, actually, I'm gonna stop working now. You know what I'm saying. But we're good, we're good. Okay, so... Oh. That gave me such a fright. I was like, why can I suddenly hear Genshin music? What's going on? Alright, okay. And then we go full screen projector to there. Why is the screen black? Hello? Because I projected the wrong thing? What an idiot. What a moron. Okay. Why I cannot hear the game? This one. There we go. We're good. Okay, guys, I figured it out. Big brain. You can look again. You said something about the Lycanroc forms? Oh, yeah. So I have the light brown one and the red one. What's the other one? I've been playing a lot of Pokemon, like, over my lifespan, but I don't always remember everything. Oh, no, no, no! That is not what I wanted to do at all. That was the wrong button. Come back! Sorry, guy. Oh, the orange one! Okay, thank you. Oh, Pyro! That's its name. There you go. So I need the daddy lion and the mommy lion. Because I want to make a living dex. So I'm just gonna catch whatever I can. Whoa! The audacity. I need more bowls. Boop! Oh, Yoda, I wanted to ask, did you ever try Temtem? I remember I did like a stream playing that game and then I never played it again. It's too expensive. It wasn't free. Did I buy it? Honestly, do not remember. I don't know why my brain thought it was free. But yeah, I played it for like a day and then kind of got bored of it. Where? That's what you... Did you guys hear the thunder? It wasn't very loud though. Pyroar, the royal Pokemon. Okay, leave me alone. Release me! I don't want none of them bugs. I think I have a Spoinkidoinks. So I don't need one. Ooh! Oh, bears! Ah, look at the... It's the Papa Bear with the baby bears. I think I need the Papa Bear. Boy, let's go! Ursaring. That's another reason why I don't want to get it. You want to play Pokemon Fusion game? Pokemon Fusion? What is this storm doing? Can we relax? Bunk! Come on, buddy. Yes! The poor Tidios is just like yoinking it around, trying to run away from me. I do have a Teddy. Okay, we're good. Oh, what the fuck? You wanna go with your papa? No, thank you. A fan-made game where you confuse Pokemon? Ooh. I have seen... There's like a browser-based version of that where it uses like the old in-game sprites.
Axu. Do I have Axu? I don't know. I want to ask you a question. No. I don't have one. Do you want to come home with me? Oh, good baby.
Okay, did you hear that thunder? I might need to go fetch my dog. Be right back. Sorry, guys. He's a chicken. I think my dog just cried. I've never heard him do that before. You heard it that time? Yeah. It's fucking loud. Okay, well, I only have like about 40 minutes left of stream, so I'll see how bad the storm gets. I may need to end sooner just to take care of Sky. He cried like a baby. You know, like they go... He did like that. He's never made that noise before. But he was like proper crying. Yeah, he is. He's very afraid of thunder. He didn't enjoy New Year's because it was not only a storm but also fireworks. So yeah, he was not very happy. But it's okay. Most of the time if he comes to sit in my room, like he'll sit under my table, he's normally quite happy. Hey baby bear, you good? Oh, shame. Just like your sister's dog, yeah. And I think... Oh, Jesus Christ on a stick, bro. These fucking things are so aggressive. I was just trying to shiny check that snom. Did it just steal my leftovers? What an asshole. Gosh. Yeah. Fuck you, bitch. Sorry. Didn't mean for you to also get hit dealing. So any reason, because in the shade the snom looked purple, and I'm like, isn't the shiny snom purple? But yeah, Sky doesn't like loud noises. He doesn't like fireworks or thunder, but he doesn't mind rain. So if it's just raining. Hello, back. I am so funny. No, 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 no. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Let me leave. Welcome back. We're so funny, man. Hey, Toodles. Not these little vroom vroom bitches running straight into you all the damn time. Ray actually had a fucking shiny one run into him. I was like, bro, what the fuck? I'm like looking very closely at every single Pokemon to be like, is this shiny? And Ray just has a shiny Cyclizar, whatever the fuck it's called, run straight into him. Just booked it for his face. You had a nice nap? Did you really though? Did you nap for that long? Oh, my dear Grusha. Okay, buddy. Okay, pal. Grusha used to be a pro snowboarder, you know. I came here to meet him, but now I'm lost. Oi, oi, oi. Hi, Mythin! Hello, how are you? Whoa, this thunder. How long was I gone? I do not even remember. I'm not gonna lie. What type is this thing? I actually have no idea. I saw it for the first time on Ray's game and I was just like, what the fuck is that? Oh, it is a plant type? How many avatars do you have? Well, I have this 2D one and then I have a 3D one as well. But this one I can like change the outfit. If you just avert your gaze for like a second, like don't look too closely. Like in this app you can like put on different clothes. Okay, I mean you can look, but just pretend you don't see the UI. Oh, the color, I haven't put the color on this one. Look, I have cute kitty socks on. They match my onigiri. Apologies for the thunder. I have many cute outfits.
Hey, Puppino, it's okay, bud. It's okay, come here. Come, it's gonna land on my table. Come. Come on. You can come here under my table, buddy.
Sorry guys, just a second.
My puppy's scared.
on, baby doll. Come, come. Come here. Come, bud. If you lay under the table, I give you Bicky. How's that? Huh? Come. Come on, turn around. Here. Turn your bum that way. And your body that way. Lay down. Lay down. Good boy.
Anyway,
Yeah, it's okay, baby. It's okay.
alright. Okay, he's under my table now. I think he's okay. You should get going, switching off your electronics. No, I have a surge protection. I should be fine. I am going to be finishing in like half an hour anyway. But I think my stuff should be fine. But yes, my doggy is not happy. I'm trying to get him to relax, to lay down, to go to sleep, and he is not having it. He's like, fuck now, bitch. Leave me alone. You happy? Are you gonna just lay like that? You look very uncomfortable, buddy. Okay. So, yes, I have very loud thunderstorm going on in the background. And a very unhappy dog. But look, I have so many different outfits. This is a new one that they added recently. And this one! I love this one. This one's very cute. I love it. Yeah, and they have a bunch of stuff that you can add. There's different socks as well. There's different eyes. You can change the hair. You can add like accessories as well. You can add things in. And then there's a bunch of different... You can't see all of them because it's cut off, but yeah. There's like different ears. There's bunny ears. There's horns. There's whiskers. Good lord! The whole sky is coming down. I can make tired eyes. I can make sparkly eyes. Hey, bud, it's okay. Yeah, I can have sunglasses on. I really love this app. It's really cool. Yeah, baby, it's okay. He's got his head on my lap now. Anyway. Oh! Where did I go? Whoa! I'm hiding. Does it become a droggo? Because you drog it.
Hey, Boots. It's okay. Yeah. It's okay, buddy. No.
Guys, I might actually need to head off early. He's not doing well. He's shivering. I don't know if he can handle the storm. Drew gives zero shits about storms or anything. Doesn't mind, like, vacuum cleaner or anything.
You okay, baby? Hmm?
You gonna go eat? Alrighties. Enjoy, enjoy. The entire family could be murdered and she wouldn't blink. That does sound about right. Good luck, this guy. Thank you, Hooded. Hi, Reese's Summer. Still going strong? Yeah. I should be streaming 6 hours a day, but honestly, the amount of power outages I'm having in my country at the moment makes it very difficult. Give him here, I'll be his thunder buddy. Hi, Joggin. Good morning, friend.
Hey, Poopstick. Why don't you lay down and go to sleep? Hmm? Lay down. Okay, I'm here. Lay down. Yep. Lay down, bud. It's okay.
He really has the expression of the world is ending on his face. And every time I get him to lay down, he like jumps back up. My poor baby. It seems someone has overturned a large tub of rocks outside your house. Yeah, it does sound like it, doesn't it? But yes, we have very big thunderstorms in Johannesburg. Skitter smack? What the hell is that? Whoops. I guess we'll never know.
Hey, baby, it's okay. Relax.
I think he's settled down for now.
Hey, baby.
Shame. He's a very old pupper. So, yeah, he not only struggles with the storms, but also just, struggles with, like, arthritis. So, like, when there are storms like this, he wants to get up and run away. I feel bad because, like, it's already difficult for him to move around. So I don't want him to move around too much more than he already does. What is that? Oh, it's a Sneasel. I don't know if I have a Greedent, to be honest.
Yeah, buddy, it's okay.
I don't think I have a Greedent. Oh, I do? Maybe it's the Squavid I don't have.
Oh, little buddy. Huh? Hey, my scary boy.
At least I'm not cooking dinner tonight because the power's going off at 4, so... Oh, I have a Squavid as well, what the heck? So at least I can sit with him until we order dinner. That's a puppy. Oh! What was that? Thought I heard a meow. Hey! Why are you throwing things at me? What'd I do? There's Lycanroc, not the one I want though, because I think I have... There's a Fletchling? Fletchinder, I think? Yeah. Whoa! Thank you, Hiro. Oh, this is a new one. Just checking out your 10-point system. No worries. Go boop all the things. There's the head pats, there's the throw something at my face, and the onigiri is a new one. They just added like a drop thing. I can clear it, but I don't want to. I want to see how many onigiri we can get on the floor. So those three that I mentioned now, they're part of the VTuber thing, but that one is from... There's another thing. What is it called? Pixel Plush? Yes, it's Pixel Plush. Oh, I love them. So that's the hearts, the balloons, the confettis, the bubbles. What does this guy got? Corviknight. Rest in peace, guy.
Is it dead?
I like the sound that makes. What's in here? Did I go in here before? That's dark as hell. I think I might have. Looks a bit short as well. Woo! Metatite sweat? Gross, man. What the fuck? Where the hell am I? I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't know if I've been here. Kind of a central place though. Might as well heal them while I'm here.
Pew, 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 pew.
Whoop. Okay, I have all of them. I have no idea where I am currently. One trainer! Damn it. Where the fuck am I? Oh, there's a bunch of cool shit here. What the hell? Oh, I see where I am now. Oh. Well, let's explore since we haven't really been in this area before. Let's see if there's anything cool laying around.
Pew, 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 pew.
Whoa. Don't think I've seen one of these guys, but I think it's gonna kick my ass. Is it groundwater? Question mark? But it's level 39. Oh, not bad. Oof. Yeah, might as well just shadow forward again. This is fine. A Gastrodon again. I think we'll be fine. Call me crazy. Who would win? A void creature with swords as hands or a round boy? That's so funny that she has the two different versions. And that's the only Pokemon she has is just two Gastrodons. Oh, jeez, Lord. Have mercy.
Whee!
I don't know if I have one of them. Nope, not what I wanted. Protecting his meditation spot. Oh, I do have one? Never mind. Goodbye. I can wade through water? Huh. She's acting like it's really deep. It's literally just knee-high water, but cool. I actually don't want to fight any of you. Oh! Oh, what the... I just want to get up there, man. Oh, man. That's how you walk when you get your socks... Oh, no! When your socks get wet. I can't read. Oh, man. Skill issue. Oh. Bounce against wall. Very effective. Ice stone. Nice. Oh, hello. There's a thing up there. Anything down there? Ooh. Okay. Can I climb up this thing? The answer is no. Seems like the storm's calmed down a little bit. We'll see how long that lasts. Whoa! Okay, we'll just continue on our merry way. The Sable, I'm like, hey, hi. Woo, Blissey. What type is Blissey? Blissey is a fairy, right? Oh! Holy shit, that looks cool. Oh my god. Whoa! That was a big heal. Goddamn. Goddamn. One shot. Big slapper. Oh, I hear a boy as well. A coin boy. Hear him, but don't see him. Okay, let's go grab the... Where the fuck is he? Oh, he's hiding, little bastard. I see him now. Sandra, you pushover. Aw, for Sandra. She was trying her best, probably. I don't know her. I don't know her life. Oh, no, no, no. Heck. Whoa, wait, we did it, we did it. Okay, we're good. Hi, back. Hi, Stinky Cheese. You're off to play some League. Enjoy, enjoy. Best of luck. You saved most of the clothes. Oh no, you had washing out? Oh man. Are you gonna see the chunklet tonight, Yoda? Whoa! That is an ugly motherfucker. Oh, no! Why would I do that? My brain sometimes. It's Chunkler time! It's time for Chunkler. have no idea where I am or where I'm going. There's the Salt Pokemon, I guess. Question mark. Oh, so this is just the foot of the mountain again? I just went up a different way, maybe? Whoa! Hello, new spawns. What is art? So dramatic. I'll try not to want to kill myself too many times during my games. I hope it goes well, Buggy. I hope you don't want to kill yourself either. That's really all you can ask playing League, definitely. Oh, I didn't see what they sent out. Bruxish! Oh. Sus. I hate this Pokemon. Disgusting. Dead. The way you should be. Grimmsnarl. That's a fairy, right? I think Grimmsnarl is a fairy, at least. I hope it is. Lol. It's guaranteed to happen at least once, but I'll try to keep the number low. Fighto! Puggy! I'm having way too many dumb moments in DBD at the moment, despite the other players. Oh man. You got this. Everyone hates Bruxish, right? What is likable about Bruxish? Whoa. Bro survived by a sneeze. Oh? Cool, I'll just use my other one then. Sucker Punch? How could you? Does Grimmsnarl have a double typing? I actually don't know. A bee's dick? What? A Bruxish has a bee's dick? Oh, it's Dark Fairy? Oh. That's very useful information for a person who's very bad at typing. There's your chili pepper. Whoa. No, thank you. Those things are annoying enough as is. A rare bone? Shit. What's down there? Is that a Molgompig and Spoinkies? What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a Tinka. I see, a Tinkatuff. A Dark Pikachu, interesting. That is a long fall down. Damn. I sometimes forget I can just glide. It's Lady Gaga with the pink one. I'm almost sure I haven't been through here. Ah, this is cute. It's their little spot. What else is down there? Oh, the ostrich! I can't stand that thing, man. Ooh, hello! Oh, thank you. Thank you for the onigiris. Look at this crackly boy. These are apparently fucking ridiculously strong. Whoa! Rude. Don't dig. Ugh. Do I just... Yeah, I think my other Pokemon would have, like, died from that. I had no trust in that guy staying alive. Because I think he's actually died to a dig before. No, bro! Stop digging! Ah. Doesn't matter what I do, right? I can just heal him. Give him a super potion. Because what else am I gonna do? I can't hit him. Just stay in the ball, dude. Ooh! Immediately. No. Crunch? How dare you? Ow. Now he's going to sleep? Oh! That's spicy. Bunk! Oh! Come on, man. And you? What's wrong? I guess I'll heal him. A critical hit. Hi, Ghosty. How you doing? Ow, my butt. Ugh. Thank you. Gosh, that was pain. Pain and suffering. Starting a new job on Monday. Oh, shit! You got some pants? Oh, because you have to wear pants now. You're leaving the house. People are gonna see you. Pants highly overrated. Can confirm I'm wearing fluffy PJ pants currently. Not suitable for work, but suitable for being comfy and warm. You got stuck at the mall because you didn't have data for an Uber? Oh shit! Did you come right? You must have, right? Fire spin. You said a Megan Bean for their free Wi-Fi message home to send me data. Ah. So, oh Jesus. That thing was going hamzos to chase me. Sounds like a complicated way to get yourself some cheesecake. Oh, you had Oreo cheesecake? Nice. Hi, Hassan. And a Gamma Chama. Hi, Gamma. How's it going? Why y'all dingalings all winter form? I don't want winter form. You like my ride? Thanks. He likes sandwiches. He loves sandwiches, in fact. If you want to be his bestie, just give him a sandwich. You made an Oreo cheesecake once? How did it turn out? I don't think I've ever made cheesecake. In my brain, I just convinced myself. I was like, nah, that's too hard. You wouldn't be able to make a cheesecake, and so I've never tried. But I actually baked when we went away to the Kruger. I made some cookies to take with, and they turned out really good. So maybe I should do more baking. You don't like Oreos? Oh my goodness. How is everybody? I know a lot of people has just joined. I will be ending soonish though. But for those who just joined, how are you guys doing? Also, if I haven't seen you yet, Happy New Year. Let's see. Oh, I have been here before. I'm currently just running in circles, exploring this area. Looking at all the Pokemans in the zone. Because I just fought the last gym battle, so... I think we've made some progress for today. I don't have the wall climbing yet. Oh, have I fought them? Time to whip out my camera app. It's almost load shading. It is. Oh my god, it's 4 already. Whoops. It came out okay. You needed to add more cream and cream cheese. Oh damn. Go eat your hot Cheetos. Hot Cheeto cheesecake, please. I'll maybe fight this guy and then we can endo stream all. We all have load shedding at 4 now. Rip. Rip pepperones, man. Goodbye, guy. Maybe it won't go off. That's very optimistic. It wasn't a baked cheesecake because I didn't trust load shedding. Yeah. Understandable. Load shedding ruins everything. It really does. Fucks a lot of things up. Like, I can't stream 6 hours a day at the moment because of the load shedding. Shit just ain't working the way it's supposed to.
Hey, Skyboy. Hi, Sausage.
Alright, I think that is where I must end my journey for today. I don't know what the plan is for tomorrow, but I will most likely see you guys tomorrow. Sorry that it was a bit short. Oops! That is not what I wanted to do, actually. I did want to save. And I already have a raid target in mind, so I will just be setting up the raid. Oh, Skyboy, are you getting up, Sausage? Do you want to go? Okay. He is very determined to get the fuck out of here. But it's okay, I don't blame him. Alright. Yes, as I said, I will be back tomorrow. Thank you everybody for chilling with me today. Why you always end when I join? I can't believe this. Hassan, wake up earlier, son. Duh. You gotta wake up earlier. It's 4 PM for me. But yes, let me just pop up the raid. The raid victim. It's a conspiracy, truly. At least Jargon's excuse is that he's literally, what, 7 hours behind Hassan? You're an hour ahead of me. You literally have no excuse. Thanks, computer. That's exactly what I wanted you to do. I just want to double check. Does capital matter? I don't know. I don't think it does, but just in case. Alright, guys. We're gonna take all of the love in our hearts. Right? We're gonna grab that raid message over there. It's free. Anyone can use it. There's no paid emotes in there. Take all the love in your heart. We're gonna go over to Mate Space. He is a very cool streamer from Australia. He sings as well, and it's amazing. And currently, he seems to be playing something new that I haven't seen before called Eversoul. It looks like a gacha. Very not free to pay. Free to play, I mean, you're free to pay, but it's not free to play. But yes, he's very cool. Mad cool guy. So yes, let's take all the love in our hearts. We're gonna head over there. Take care, everyone. I finally remembered to copy the raid message. No worries. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Load shedding permitting. I might be starting a little bit late again because of load shedding, but we'll see what the schedule does. I will post on the Discords. But yes, bye everyone. I see you tomorrow. Be good. Alright. Bye. Bye. Bye.